Today we're going to get an introduction to endpoint detection and response, also known as EDR, and the role that it plays inside of SOC operations. And this is all a part of the SOC Level 1 series that we have updated. This is no longer the legacy version. This is the brand new updated version for 2025 and going into 2026. And of course, this is a part of the TryHackMe pathway for SOC Level 1. All right, this is a part, again, as I mentioned, of the introduction to Core SOC Solutions, which is a part of the SOC Level 1 series of TryHackMe. And this video today is going to be mostly a lecture type of video. So we're going to go through what an EDR actually is. We're going to go beyond what it serves as an antivirus solution purpose. Endpoint detection response is definitely a much more evolved version of something called antivirus. How it actually works, the telemetry, which is a very important concept behind endpoint detection response, detection and response capabilities, investigating an actual alert. So there's a practical exercise that we're going to get a chance to do inside of the SOC simulator. And of course, the conclusion and the timestamps of all of these things are going to be in the description below. So if you want to jump around or if you want to get to a certain section or review a certain section, all of that stuff is available to you. And again, this is a part of the TryHackMe platform. And this is one of the many reasons why we love TryHackMe. And because of the holiday season, usually they put some discounts available for their paid membership. So I think if you have not done so already, you should definitely check it out and see if there's any way that you can save some extra money by signing up for this platform around this time of the year. That being said, we're going to get a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and from there we'll jump into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, endpoint detection and response is a security solution designed to monitor, detect, and respond to advanced threats. So the name implies endpoint. So endpoint represents a laptop, a cell phone, a server. It could be even IoT devices, essentially. Anything that is inside of the network that has an IP address, that could be an endpoint. Detection is we are detecting any kind of malicious traffic or anomalous traffic, basically traffic that's outside of the baseline of our normal traffic, our normal activities inside of the network, and then we're responding to it accordingly. And the response is typically done by the security analyst, and there are a lot of times that you can even manage or automate a lot of the responses that you can put together for these types of things, but typically it's done by a human being. And so endpoint detection and response is done through a variety of different software solutions and things like that exist. And we will review all of those in future sections as well as future episodes. So as a SOC analyst, it's essential for you to understand how these things work because they are widely adopted solutions in organizations to protect their endpoints. And we're going to go over how it differs from a traditional antivirus and what data it collects from the endpoints themselves. And we'll discuss the detection and response capabilities it provides and really where that data goes, right? So it collects data and it also can send that data to something like a SIM tool that we'll talk about in the very next episode. So endpoint detection and response, as you can see, it takes all of these various endpoints, right? Cell phone, laptop, monitor, or desktop, all that stuff, and it sends it to the endpoint detection response tool. So the objectives for today's video are to understand the basics of EDR and how it works, differentiate it from traditional antivirus solutions, examine the architecture of an EDR solution, analyze the types of telemetry that it collects from endpoints, understand the detection and response capabilities, and of course, investigate a realistic alert in the EDR, which is going to be towards the very end, so that we can apply all of this theory in real practical exercises. The prerequisites for this are basic knowledge of different endpoints and the common attacks on them, awareness of roles of the SOC team. So we've already done this at the beginning of this playlist. We went through the various positions inside of a security operations center and just understanding the various endpoints. So what a Windows computer is like, what a Linux computer is like, what a Mac computer is like. Mac and Linux run on Unix. So the common denominator between the two of them is the Unix operating system that was developed quite a while ago. And so they have similarities in their command line, but the interfaces are quite different. And obviously Mac stands out from Linux and Windows as well. And Linux is technically open source. So it's one of those things that because of their open source nature, they are a lot of times looked down upon by people who are, as we call them, casuals in the system administration business and in the IT world. But Linux is a very, very powerful operating system, and it's smiled upon by a lot of different organizations, and it's used for a lot of different purposes other than just somebody sitting in front of a computer. So it's a really powerful operating system, and it's something that I have grown very fond of over the last couple of years. And anybody who's also in security administration and hacking and things like that, they will also tell you that they're very much fond of Linux. So we love Linux, but just understanding the various operating systems that exist, the various endpoints that exist, and how they usually differentiate from each other. So for example, when we're looking at an IoT device, an Internet of Things device, it's typically ran on Linux because the Linux command line can very easily be ran for a number of different IoT devices, and it's very lightweight compared to Windows or Mac. Obviously, you can't install Mac on a thermostat or something like that. So this is a lot of where Linux really, really shines, and it's installed on a lot of different devices that you normally wouldn't think that it's installed on. If you want to get a really much better picture of what Linux is like, I would recommend going to the CompTIA Linux Plus training series that's on this channel and checking that out. Okay, so that is all good for our introduction. Let's talk about what an EDR actually is. Okay, as we already discussed, there's a lot of different devices that can count as endpoints. Essentially, if they live in the digital realm and if they have an IP address assigned to them, they are considered to be an endpoint. Now, with the emergence of something called remote work, right, the variety of endpoints that are included inside of a organization's network expands very, very widely because people can actually use their own computers, right? As long as they're connected to a specifically designated router, or let's say they have a VPN that's been pre-approved by the organization, they can use their own computers, which means they're using their own endpoints, and that endpoint needs to be secured and it needs to be monitored inside of that organization's network, even though sometimes it's used for personal purposes for that specific employee. But I mean, a lot of times they actually assign specific laptops or computers to people because it's just a lot easier to separate their personal life from their work life if they have a designated work computer. So to ensure that these endpoints are protected even out of their network, we need a security solution that guards all those devices in these areas, and it's also capable of fighting advanced threats. And that's where EDR comes in. That is the solution that offers deep level protection for these endpoints. No matter where they are physically, the EDR will make sure that they're monitored constantly and threats are detected. This is how companies can actually hire somebody that's in a different state or even a different country and still be able to rest assured that they're going to be secure. So some of the common EDR solutions are CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, Microsoft Defender for endpoints, OpenEDR, Symantec EDR, and this is just a handful of them. There are so many other ones. And their underlying architecture is mostly similar, but the features can vary. So we're going to look at the core features of an EDR, and this is what we expect to exist in all of the EDRs. If they have these, I mean, it's considered a core feature, so they should hopefully have these. And we're going to be using screenshots from CrowdStrike Falcon EDR to demonstrate the core features. So this is everything that you're going to see has to do with CrowdStrike Falcon. But again, we're looking at core features that should exist with all of them. Now, there are three main features of an EDR that can also be referred to as the three pillars of the EDR. You have visibility, detection, and then response. So let's talk about that. Again, they're taken from CrowdStrike. So visibility. A good analysis often depends on the available level of visibility of the activity. This is one of the features that makes it unique from other endpoint security, and a level of visibility that an EDR provides is extensive and impressive. It collects detailed data from endpoints, which include process modifications, registry modifications, file and folder modifications, user actions, and so much more. And then it presents this information in a structured format to the analyst. And then the analyst can see the whole process tree in a complete activity timeline of the sequence of actions. This part is super freaking handy right here. The sequence of actions and the timeline associated with them. And then they can also access the historical data of any endpoint for threat hunting or any other purpose. And the detections in the EDR land with a whole context. So process mods, registry mods, file and folder mods, user actions, and more. So this screenshot shows the graphical representation of a process tree, and we can see where it spawned on the endpoint. Each node represents a process, and the lines connecting them represents their relationship. If we click on the plus icon, given in each process, we'll be able to see all the network connections, registry changes, file changes associated with that process. So if we kind of try to zoom in on this a little bit here, you can see that. So you have the Tor executable. I think that would be the Tor Onion browser maybe. So the Tor executable, and it connects to this RAR executable. And then if you click on plus, right, it would expand these individual items and you'll see how it goes. And then so you have the Tor executable, and then SoyNet executable, and then this one goes to this, and then this one goes to this. So you can see how these things actually break down. That's called the process tree. There are also many other features available in it which maximize the visibility. Then we have detection. So the detection of EDR wins over traditional detection capabilities. It incorporates signature-based detections as well as behavior-based detection, such as unexpected user activities. With modern machine learning capabilities, it identifies any deviation from the baseline behavior and instantly flags it. It can also detect fileless malware that resides in memory. It also allows us to feed custom IOCs for threat detection. The following screenshot shows us a dashboard of the detection happening, and each is represented by a row in different fields, including severity, time, triggering file, hostname, username, and the tactic via technique field maps the detection with MITRE. And of course, we have referenced MITRE by so many different videos, and it's like the main threat intelligence resource, because it actually holds all of the threat intelligence for campaigns that have previously been launched successfully, the groups that launched them, the tactics and techniques that they used, the software that they used, and the damages that were caused, any kind of remediation and external resources, all of that stuff. So very, very, very powerful source. The MITRE attack framework is what you're looking for. And so obviously most, if not all, security tools will have some kind of a reference to a MITRE ID to reference the actual tactic and technique that was used. So this will show us rich details, which helps us during our analysis. So this is what we have over here now. We have the time right here, the process on the host, the tactic, and then the command line execution that was actually done, right? And so each one of these things will actually go ahead and expand into more information as well. So the tactic via technique, this is the reference to MITRE, and then the process on the host, so PowerShell on this specific host by the admin user, setup exe on that host by J Adams, etc., etc. So again, very good detailed information as to what happened. And then finally, we have response. And so EDR empowers us to take action on detected threats, and they can be taken at any endpoint within the central EDR console. And imagine getting that EDR detection with full-fledged details on when, where, and what happened. And you have to opt for the best possible action for that detection. And as an analyst, you may decide to isolate a complete endpoint, terminate a process, quarantine some files, and you can connect to the host remotely even and execute those actions independently. And all of this can be done within the EDR console. So again, this is a very, very powerful tool. So this is what we can see on a given host right here. So that's the host. They're on Linux. They're still connected. And these were the commands that ran, right? So cat, cd, clear, cp, encrypt, env, or I guess, I don't know if they were the commands that ran, or it could be the commands that can be ran inside of the Linux platform. And then so this specific one may have been the command that was actually executed on this given computer. So the actions available that can be taken on the host after connecting to it. Yeah, so exactly. So this is the stuff that you can do on Linux. So these are specific. I was wondering, I'm like, what a cat cd, like what did they do exactly? But these are actually the list of commands that you can run on Linux. And same thing, you can run this on Mac OS as well. So cat and cd and clear, all of these things actually work on Mac OS computers as well, because it runs on Unix and Linux runs on Unix. So there are other actions that the analyst can take during the investigation, and in task 6, we're going to be covering the detection and response capabilities of the EDR. And with advanced visibility detection and response, EDR becomes a powerful tool, and it's also important to remember that it's a host-only security solution, and it does not detect network-level threats because it's connected to the endpoint, right? So just keep that in mind. It's connected to the endpoint, and so you may have 50 endpoints inside of your network, and you would have to take all of the data that is being pulled from those endpoints and feed that into a tool that can actually detect network level threats. For example, a SIM tool, which is something much more advanced than an EDR. The EDR they serve different purposes, in my opinion. The EDR is very, very powerful for dealing with a specific host. But when you're trying to figure out what's going on inside of a network and the overall activity that is taking place, it's very, very powerful to combine the EDR with the SIM tool. So which feature of the EDR provides a complete context for all of the detections? So which feature of it? Advanced visibility, detection, and response. So we're looking at detections. I'm going to say it's detection. So let's see if it's detections. And that's not it. Okay, great. So a complete context, maybe it's visibility, I would say. That would probably be it. Okay, great. Which process spawned the sc.exe? So let's zoom out here. And the hint says, find this information from the screenshot. So which process spawned sc.exe? So if we go over here and look at these processes that spawn them, so it's probably up here. sc.exe, it's tor.exe technically, but it could be cmd.exe as well. So let's do, it's either tor or cmd. Let's try cmd.exe. Okay, awesome. So let us go into beyond the antivirus. Okay, so it brings up a big question here. Why do we need the EDR when we already have an antivirus on endpoints? And just based on what we've seen in those screenshots and the things that we can do, I feel like you can already come to the conclusion or come up with the answer to this question already. So both of those security solutions have same motive, right? Protecting the endpoint on which they're installed. However, they differ in the level of protection that they provide. So with an antivirus solution, for example, I don't know of any antivirus solution that will allow the security analyst to remote in to the endpoint, to actually remote into that machine, take over the machine and start doing things. I don't know of any. I'm sure they exist, and we can probably even Google it and just kind of as like a side mission, as a side quest. I would encourage you to Google to see if there are any antivirus solutions that will allow you to remote in. And if they're antivirus, right, they can't be mixed into something else. So it can't be like, yeah, there's this software that is an antivirus, but it also has EDR capabilities. It's like, no, is it strictly antivirus, and does it allow you to remote in? And I can't think of one. The functionality of the antivirus doesn't imply that it can do something like that. So if it does exist, then it's a multiple solutions in one kind of a thing. It's not just antivirus. So one layer of protection is to check the passports of people when they pass through immigration. This is just an example here, right? So we're talking about an airport. So one layer is to check the passports of people when they go through immigration. The immigration check, which would be AV, antivirus in this solution, it monitors incoming people and matches their passports with a list of known criminals in the database. If there is a match, the entry is blocked and caught, right? So the antivirus solution will look at an IP address against its database. If the IP address is on the list of known malicious IP addresses, it's blocked, right? So that would be one layer. But what happens if somebody who has never been identified as a criminal in the past and has an innocent personality tries to come in, right? So they don't have, the IP address doesn't have a malicious signature, right? The hacker bought a brand new IP address through a digital cloud service provider, which is like super easy to do. It costs like $5 or something like that. So the immigration check will let them in. Now, what if this innocent person were a professional thief trained to evade basic security? Airport has an undetected threat inside, and this is where the EDR in this case would come in. The EDR would be the security officers in the airport, right? These officers would constantly monitor security cameras and motion sensors, which would end up being the endpoints themselves, right? Compared to the AV immigration check right there, the security officers, the EDR, will enhance the protection of the airport, which is the endpoint, through CCTV monitoring, motion sensors. Even if somebody manages to evade immigration, the security officers will constantly be monitoring their actions, like, are they roaming close to restricted areas? Is their behavior suspicious? Are they leaving their bags somewhere unattended? The security officer can also take action if something does not feel right to them, or alert airport management with complete details of what happened. Antivirus may detect basic threats, but to detect advanced threats that evade normal detection, we need the EDR. Unlike antivirus basic signature-based detection, the monitoring and recording of the EDR are the important elements of it. It records the behaviors of the endpoint itself. It's very, very important. Antivirus checks for signatures, right? Does this match my record? It does. You're being blocked. Oh, it doesn't match my records. It must be fine. I'm going to let you through. That's basically the rule set of the antivirus, right? Very similar to firewalls as well. It's like, does this match the rules that I have? Okay, it does. All right, I'm not letting you in, or I am letting you in, right? So there are the ability of a solution to look at behavioral traffic and to look at behavioral patterns and look at anomalies versus baselines. All of those things are very advanced layers of protection. The EDR does this, right? It also provides organization-wide visibility of any activity. For example, if a suspicious file is detected on one endpoint, the EDR will also check if it's on all of the other endpoints as well. So we're going to look at an example of this step by step and compare the response of the AV and the EDR at each stage, right? So scenario. Step 1, user receives a phishing email with a Word document embedded with a malicious macro, a VBA script inside of the macro details of the file, right? So they open the file and the macro launches and the script is inside of it, okay? Step 2, the user downloads the document and opens it. So that's basically where everything hits the fan. Step 3, the malicious macro is silently executed and it spawns PowerShell. Step 4, the malicious macro runs an obfuscated PowerShell command to download a sophisticated second stage payload, right? So the malicious macro doesn't really do much itself other than just referring to another website that will download a second stage payload without anybody noticing, right? So that PowerShell command that's being spawned and it's being launched, all it's doing is just downloading something which is going to really do the damage, right? The second stage payload. And then step 5, the payload is injected into a legitimate SVC host, which is just a bunch of services that are actually legitimate services that can be potentially used for malicious intent. And in step 6, the attacker gains remote access to the system. Okay, so this is what happened. These are the steps that happened. Somebody opened a phishing email, they downloaded the file, they launched the file. The macros of the file launched and downloaded something else as a second stage malicious payload. That payload was injected into a legitimate service and then it ran. And when it ran, it gave the attacker remote access to that system. Okay, so now, according to the antivirus, they look at WinWord and it's like, oh, it's clean, it's fine. WinWord, macro execution, PowerShell, oh, it's clean, it's fine. Second stage payload downloaded, remote access. All of these things, right, to the antivirus, oh, it's fine. WinWord is fine. I recognize WinWord. I recognize PowerShell. Those things are fine, no problem. The endpoint detection response considers all of these things in connection to each other, and it notices the macro execution, it notices the download of the second stage payload, the remote access that just took place. All of those things come together, and it gets a full picture. And then this full picture will give the EDR an alert that says something is wrong. So the antivirus versus the EDR response, right? Step one, nothing, because the file has no previous signature in the database. But the EDR logs the file downloaded as an activity and monitors that downloaded file. Step two, AV does nothing because the document opened. Since WinWord is a legitimate utility, there's nothing wrong. EDR records the execution of WinWord and keeps monitoring, right? Step three, AV does nothing because the executed macro has no previous signature, right? There's no malicious database entry for it. EDR detects and flags the macro execution due to the unusual parent-child relationship of WinWord and PowerShell. So it's like, why is WinWord the parent of PowerShell being launched? That's not normal. That's not how it usually happens, right? From WinWord, we don't get PowerShell being launched. That's very odd. Step four, typically AVs will not detect obfuscated PowerShell scripts. So that's not even a part of its capability. Obfuscated means disguised, basically. PowerShell scripts can actually be disguised with base 64 encoding or something like that. And so you don't notice what's happening. You just see kind of just gibberish on the screen. The EDR flags the obfuscated script execution. AV will not flag malicious injection into SVC host since it does not monitor the memory injections. It's not even a part of its capability. But EDR detects process injection as an SVC host. AV lacks network level visibility. EDR flags the unexpected behavior of SVC host, making an outbound connection because it's noticing what's happening on the network level. And finally, on the AV, on the antivirus, all of that could be marked as clean. But on the EDR, it generates an alert with a full attack chain and it enables the analyst to take actions from within the EDR. You see? So the EDR connects all of the steps together to build the full chain of what happened. And it can actually detect the network connections that are taking place to establish what's going on outside of the local host. So there's a note that says some modern AVs may be more enhanced visibility and detection. However, the EDR is ahead as it levels up detection and response at an endpoint. So no matter what, honestly, they don't come close. They have the same goal, which is to prevent a hack from taking place. But their functionality is very, very different. Do you want one over the other? No, you want both. But if you had to choose, it would be the EDR all day. That's just basically it. So, in the given analogy, what presents an antivirus? What presents an antivirus? What does that mean? I see. In the given analogy, what presents the antivirus? And it was the, what is it? The security? No. Immigration check. The immigration check presents the antivirus. That's such a interesting way to look at it. Okay, so immigration check is the antivirus in this case. Which legitimate process was hijacked by the attacker in the scenario? And the legitimate process in this case was SVC host, I want to say, but we can also go look at the legitimate process of, WinWord, I think it was what it was. So WinWord exe might be the legitimate process in this case. So winword.exe, okay, svc host.exe. Okay, very good. Now, which security solution might mark this activity as clean? And that would be the antivirus. Okay, so moving on to how the EDR actually works, we need to answer a few key questions. How does it manage to provide the visibility of the endpoint? How can it detect advanced threats? And how can a few clicks eradicate the threat from an endpoint? And again, kind of a logical common sense kind of a thing. But let's go and review these details. So It seems like magic, but it's just wonderful science. It's the advanced level of science. It's amazing. Okay, so on each endpoint, and of course this is going to be explained down here as well, but the picture is worth 1,000 words, right? On each endpoint, there is something called an agent that is installed. And then that agent is connected to the main server that collects all of the data, also known as the console. And so it forwards data from each of the endpoints to the console, and the console monitors everything together. Now, again, just keep this in mind, the console will not be able to detect what goes on as a whole inside of this network. It does not have that ability. It will detect whether or not that file that was here is also on this machine and on this machine and on this machine, but it can't detect the communication that these machines have with each other, okay? It's very, very important to understand that element of it. Even though they're feeding data individually to this thing and they're part of the same work, it does not mean that the EDR console can detect all of the interworkings of this network. It will compare what's going on this. If it's malicious, if it notices something malicious, it'll compare this to this and to this and to this, but it's not comparing how these communicate with each other or how they communicate with the outside world, the World Wide Web, okay? So going to the agent, we can integrate multiple endpoints with the EDR and manage them through a centralized console. The EDRs are agents that we have to deploy inside these endpoints, and they are also sometimes referred to as sensors. They are the eyes and ears of the EDR, and the job is to sit at the endpoint and monitor all the activities. The information about these activities is sent in detail to the EDR central console in real time. And the EDR agents can do some basic signature-based and behavior-based detection by themselves and send them to the EDR console, which triggers alerts. The EDR console is all the detailed data receiving from those agents. It's all correlated and analyzed through the complex logic and machine learning algorithms, and the threat intelligence information is matched within the collected data. The EDR is just like the brain connecting all the dots, and these dots connect to form a detection, often called an alert. The following screenshot shows us the dashboard of the EDR console and all the data from the endpoint agents coming into the console, and the detections are happening, and it gives us a holistic view of the current status of the detection. So we have 175 detections here. The SHA-based detections, meaning it's looking at the hash values, the SHA hash values of something. So it has 175 also in this as well. In the last 7 days, there are 12. The crowd score over time, we have the severity levels of the most recent detections themselves. So command and control via remote, that's all very high severity. Malware via PUP, it seems to be low severity. And then we have detections by the various tactics. So malware, defense evasion, machine learning, command and control, and impact. So you can see there's a lot of malware that's going on here. And then there's defense evasion on the very first one right there. And then there were a few quiet days, or I would say several quiet days. We also have command and control happening towards the end right here, and a couple of machine learning blocks right there. And impact is like right there, and then one right there. So impact is the lowest one, but I would say the majority of them are malware. It's like on every single day that there was a detection, with the exception of these 2 days, on every other day there was malware that was involved. So what happens after detection? When a detection comes, the SOC analyst's responsibility is to acknowledge the alert and prioritize it. Prioritization is made by the EDR. It makes it very easy because it gives us the critical, high, medium, low informational, which is what you see right here. So it helps us do that. And the alert with the high severity is investigated as a priority for the investigation. Once it is clicked, the analyst can see all the details of it. And it includes files executed, process executed, network connection attempts, registry modifications, and much more. Network connection attempts is just that. It's just logging the network connection attempt. It's not telling you what else happened with that network connection, okay? So based on the available data, the analyst's job is first to use their expertise, to determine if the alert is a false positive or a true positive. In case of a true positive, the analyst can take actions from within the EDR console, for example, block something or escalate something. So EDR with another tool embedded. So this is where it all really starts to shine and it really all starts to come together. And in the next video, we're going to be talking about the EDR solution or the SOC solution known as the SIEM. And then we're going to start talking about Splunk and Elastic Stack and things like that. So this is all very, very useful and very important when considering the bigger picture. So it's essential to understand that although the standalone EDR provides enough information to detect and respond to threats in an endpoint, it works alongside other security solutions to form a larger security ecosystem. Within a network, you'll see firewalls, DLPs, email security gateways, blah, 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 and everything else protecting the different components of the network. To minimize the effort and maximize the efficiency, all these security solutions are integrated with a SIEM solution that becomes the central point of investigation for the analyst. So as I mentioned at the very top of this video, there's an integration that happens between the EDR and the SIEM. And we will discuss how that actually looks in future videos. But essentially, the EDR gets all of the log data from each individual endpoint and forwards it to the SIEM. That's one way of doing it. Or you just get the EDR log, right? The EDR log basically getting all of the endpoints, digesting all of that information, creating one main giant log for the EDR, and that gets forwarded to the SIEM. And then the SIEM takes that EDR log, combines it with the network log and the security log and the everything else, the firewall log, whatever else we got, and then it combines all of those together to see if it notices any patterns, or at the very least for us to be able to investigate what we think might be a pattern. So, which component of the EDR is responsible for collecting telemetry from endpoints? So basically what is installed on the endpoint, and that would be the agent. An EDR agent is also known as a, what is it? It was a something with an S. So it's sensor. Yes, very good. Okay. So now we've talked about this word several times. What is telemetry? In a quick sentence, telemetry is the black box of the endpoint with everything necessary for detection and investigation. So it's basically from the endpoint. So this is the data coming from the endpoint with everything that is necessary for the EDR tool to process and do its detection and investigation. So collected telemetry. Many activities are going in on the endpoints or going on in the endpoints, I should say. Most of them are legitimate, but often difficult to differentiate between regular and malicious activity. And the more data that is collected, the better the judgments that can be made. So EDR collects detailed telemetry from the endpoints, and we'll look at some of those things right now. So again, EDR agents, right, forward their data to the console, and it could be commands executed, etc. So, okay, process executions and terminations, right? So a process that executes or launches, and then if it terminates, right? Everything that's running and idle, which helps us identify suspicious child-parent process relationships, suspicious executable, initiating a process, malware payloads, etc. Network connections. So all the endpoints network connections are monitored, which helps identify any connection to a C2 server, unusual port usage, data exfiltration, or lateral movement within the network. Command line activity. All the commands executed on the endpoint in CMD, PowerShell, Terminal, Bash, whatever, right? Helps to identify malicious command execution, obfuscated PowerShell script executions, which are often missed by a traditional antivirus, as we already discussed. Files and folder modifications, so modifying different files and folders during data staging, ransomware executions, and malicious file dropping. The EDR tracks all of this. Registry modifications, so this is where a lot of things reside on a Windows computer specifically. The registry, I haven't really heard of a registry existing in Linux or Unix environments, but inside of Windows, there's definitely something called the registry, and it's a very, very big goldmine, really. It's probably like the best reference of it. There's a lot of information about the configurations in a Windows system, and there are many registry modifications that occur during a malicious activity, and most of them are monitored by the EDR. So the EDR collects much more than this. It uses complex logic and machine learning algorithms to assess these activities. Advanced threat keeps most of their activities stealthy using legitimate utilities during execution. We call this LOL binary, so living off the land. These are legitimate binaries that exist inside of a given world, inside of a given computer, that the computer uses for legitimate activities, but those binaries can be used for malicious activity. So the binary itself, the utility itself is legit, but it can be used for malicious activities. And so these activities can be harmless individually, but when observed through detailed telemetry, the connections, right, they tell a different story. The detailed telemetry not only helps us detect advanced threats and make better judgments, but it also is very helpful for the analyst during the investigation itself. So the analyst can understand the full chain of events because telemetry connects everything together. So which telemetry data helps in detecting C2 communications? So this is what? It's the network, right? So C2 communications is a network connection type of telemetry. So that would be it here. Oh, my keyboard fell asleep. So let's do, there we go. Network detections, or what is it? Network, what is it? Network connections. My goodness. Network connections. Okay, there we go. And where are the configuration settings of a Windows system primarily stored? Configuration settings of Windows is inside a registry. Moving on to detection and response capabilities. So detection based on the telemetry received from the endpoint, advanced detection are applied to this data. So that could be behavioral detection instead of just matching signatures, as we discussed already, observing the complete behavior of a file. Advanced threats craft their malware to look clean and use legitimate processes to carry out their attacks, also known as living on the land binaries or living off the land binaries. So EDR catches this behavior. So for example, a process winword.exe spawning PowerShell will be flagged due to the behavior. A Word document spawning PowerShell is unusual. Anomaly detection. So with time, EDR understands the baseline. So baseline means normal behavior of the endpoint. Any activity that deviates from this behavior will be flagged. During any malicious activity, the endpoint's behavior deviates from normal. EDR picks it up. So sometimes this can generate false positives as well. However, with full context, it gives the analyst identifying its legitimacy. So the key here is the longer that the EDR has access to baseline behavior, the more accurate it becomes at detecting anomalous behavior, right? So anomaly is out of the norm. That's basically what that is. So when there is a lot of time, so a week of baseline behavior is very different from a year of baseline behavior. If you can imagine, the year of baseline behavior is a much more in-tuned detection source for the EDR, and it can compare anything that is outside of that year's worth of baseline, and then it would easily be able to detect an anomaly. So an example would be on one of the endpoints, a process modifies an auto start registry, which is not a common behavior on that specific endpoint. It should not have that registry behavior. Therefore, the fact that it's activated, then all of a sudden, or the fact that it's modified even, all of a sudden, now we have something else to go on. Indication of compromise matching. So indicator, I should say, of compromise. This is essentially an indication that some kind of a compromise has taken place, right? It's a sign that a compromise has taken place. So strong threat intelligence field integrations can be made into the EDR. So except for zero-day attacks, which are attacks that have not been detected before, they're brand new, so they don't have any kind of record in a threat database. Most of the attacks have indicators published in the threat intelligence feeds, and all of these things can be known as indicators of compromise, and the EDR can flag that activity to match any of those IOCs. So a user downloading a file that drops an executable, the executable is often used in a specific attack. The hash of this executable will be matched with the threat intelligence feed and instantly flagged by the EDR. That's kind of the whole process. The hash of that executable by itself, the executable being downloaded, that hash or that signature of that can exist inside of an antivirus, but in the series of activities that have taken place, it may not necessarily trigger anything inside of the antivirus, which is why we need the full scope, which is why threat intelligence feeds and the hash values of those payloads and those executables is so important. So MITRE ATT&CK is this source of threat intelligence, right? So MITRE ATT&CK mapping is something that a lot of these tools do. So any activity flagged by EDR is not only marked as malicious or suspicious, but it's also matched with the MITRE tactic and technique, meaning which stage of attack that is. So, I mean, I've done so many videos of this, but this is something that is worthy of just sharing with you one more time. This is the MITRE ATT&CK matrix. So these things are known as tactics, right? Reconnaissance, resource development. These things at the top that you see right here, these are the tactics, and then underneath them, these are the techniques for each one of those tactics. And then some of these, when you click on it, it expands, and then you see sub-techniques going on. So some techniques have sub-techniques underneath them as well. And so if we click on any of these, it'll open up their relevant page, and then you'll see the ID of this sub-technique, as well as the tactic that it belongs to, as well as the platform and procedural examples, mitigations, detection strategy. All of that stuff is applied to it. So MITRE ATT&CK framework is a massive threat intelligence resource for many tools and many people, and I reference it regularly, and of course tools themselves also reference it regularly, because that's how we get a good understanding of what can be done, right? So you can actually go and map out a unique tactic and technique and look at how a specific tactic or technique actually maps out, meaning where do they start on reconnaissance, and what's the next step that they took, and what's the next step that they took, and it all connects to each other, and it gets you to the final exfiltration, command and control, all of these things right here. So they actually connect to each other, and you can map them out, and that way you understand what somebody may be trying to do if they're doing a specific tactic underneath this, right? Or trying to get employee names or compromise infrastructure and doing botnets or something like that. The way that they connect to each other, you can actually see how it maps out, and it gives you a really good idea of what potentially can happen at an end result. And that gives you a much better idea of protecting, or what you need to do to protect the environment or the infrastructure that you're in. So the example would be, if the EDR flags the creation of a scheduled task for any reason, it will likely map this activity to the following: the persistence tactic or scheduled task job tactic, or technique, I should say. So persistence tactic, scheduled task job technique. Then we have machine learning algorithms. So advanced threat actors try to evade defenses as much as possible. Their activities may sometimes bypass advanced detection techniques. And so the modern EDR will have machine learning models trained by a large data set of normal and malicious behaviors. And this can detect complex patterns of an attack, or patterns that may not already exist, and it can estimate or guesstimate, kind of predict that something is going to take place, right? So attacks in which the individual actions are not inherently malicious, but the machine learning algorithm identifies the whole chain of activities as malicious. Fileless attacks and multi-stage intrusions are often detected through this type of detection mechanism. And then we have responses, right? So there's the isolating of the host. So if something is going on an endpoint, one of the first things should be to isolate that endpoint from the network through the EDR console. And it's very effective for containing it. So when you isolate something, that means that it can no longer connect to the network. It's disconnected from the internet. It can't communicate with any of the other devices in that location. So that way, whatever is going on inside of it, it stays inside of it. Think of it as putting kind of like a glass beaker on top of a bug that's on a desk. You don't want the bug to be roaming around. You know what I mean? That's kind of what isolation does. Most attacks start from a single endpoint, and they move laterally to other endpoints. And so isolating the infected endpoint can stop this from happening. So terminating the process happens after you isolate, right? So you isolate the endpoint, then you narrow down what the process is, And it doesn't necessarily sometimes happen with host isolation, although I would recommend that if you suspect that something is going on, you immediately isolate that host, because you don't know if it's just one process that is going on over there, and you might need to look at other processes that are taking place. So if you think that a host is somehow compromised, whatever the process is that is detected, you first isolate the host, you terminate that process, and then you look at for any other processes, parent processes, grandparent processes, sub processes, whatever it is. You would look at everything else that might be connected to that chain to make sure that nothing else is still running. So some hosts run core business operations, and isolating them can cause more loss than the malicious activity itself. Fine, fair enough, I guess. So in such those cases, terminating a process is enough to neutralize the malicious activity. The analyst gets this option in the EDR. They can terminate any process. Okay, I mean, whatever. Quarantine. So it's kind of another way of saying isolate, but in this case, we're quarantining the actual file itself. We're not quarantining the entire machine. We're not isolating the entire machine. So quarantine ensures that the file is moved to an isolated location where it cannot be executed and the analyst can review it. Then we have remote access, so you can just remotely access the shell of any endpoint, often done when the EDR built-in response is not good enough to take action on a specific activity. And through remote access, we can gain deeper visibility in the system or take custom actions within the endpoints that are not available through the EDR's built-in responses. We can also run scripts or collect desired data. And so this is what it looks like when we do CrowdStrike Falcon in real-time response, which also allows analysts to remotely access the shell of any endpoint. So we can see this right here. Again, we have Linux, and then right here we have the execution right here that we can go ahead and potentially run once we actually have that connection. Then we have artifact collection that's also inside of the response, and this is more so in the investigation after the isolation has been done, after termination has been done. This is kind of towards the end when you want to do an advanced investigation and incident response. It falls under digital forensics more than anything else. So this doesn't happen while you are trying to stop the thing from taking place, right? So the analyst may detect need to extract some data from endpoints for detailed forensic investigation, supporting legal action, and they can extract this from the endpoint without physically accessing the device. And the most commonly extracted would be memory dump, event logs, folder contents, and registry hives. So detection and response capabilities of the EDR is very different from traditional endpoint detection, and they introduce more advanced detection techniques over time. So which feature of the EDR helps you identify threats based on known malicious behavior? So EDR detection based on known malicious behavior, and we're looking at detection here. So IOC matching, right? Based on, I would say this right here, based on known malicious behavior, because we actually have the indicator of compromise that's attached to a threat intelligence feed. That would be probably my first and best guess. So we would do IOC matching. Okay, so here we go. We're going to run a practical exercise here. We have a site that we're going to end up using. Let me zoom out of this a little bit so we can see what's going on. And so this is our EDR dashboard. I am at, let's see, let's go to 100%. I think I'm super zoomed in. That's why. There we go. Okay, great. So, all right, so which tool was launched? What is the absolute path, etc., etc. So we're going to get some detailed information here. And this is for our EDR platform. I'm not going to read the scenario because honestly, it's irrelevant. The goal is to try to find what's going on here. Now, I can't expand this, unfortunately. Can I? There we go. I could do that. That's cool. All right, I didn't know I could do that. That's actually very, very handy. So that's our full dashboard right here of the EDR. So we have 4 detections, as we can see them right here, and the detection sources, etc., etc., active hosts going on. So this is very similar to what we saw previously. We have on the left-hand side right here a variety of different tabs. So I don't know if they're clickable. They don't seem to be clickable. I can kind of hover over them, but they're not clickable. Okay. So first question, it says, which tool was launched by CMDEXE to download the payload on desktop HR01? So if we look down here, there's only one desktop H101 right here. So this is the only one that we really need to look into. So if we expand this, macro-enabled Office document invoice doc was opened using WinWord exe. And so that's the thing right here, but it's not the answer. So it says which tool was launched by CMD exe. There we go. Okay, so that launched WinWord exe. The document triggered CMD, which launched curl. There we go. So what's the curl? It launched curl to download a payload from an external domain, and it was da 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 da. So if we go down here, can we see any other information about this? We cannot. So it would be curl.exe would be my best guess on this particular one right here. So let's try that out. Curl.exe. Okay, very good. Now, what is the absolute path to the downloaded malware on the desktop H101? So the absolute path that we're looking for, let's see if we can find that information here. Okay, at the very top, we have the process info. So there we go. We have, this is much better. So we can see this right here, WinWord exe, CMD, and then we have curl exe right there, and then install.exe. So it says to the downloaded malware. So we want the one that leads to install.exe, the absolute path of that. So what would be the absolute path of this thing? Can I click on it? There we go. I have, this is the absolute path for that downloaded file. So let's see if this works. Excellent. Okay, what's the absolute path to the suspicious sync SVC exe on the laptop 3? So let's go back to all detections here, and let's look at laptop 3 right there. And so the question is asking us for the absolute path to the suspicious sync SVC. So if we go to process info, we'll be able to do that. And so we have this right here, and the absolute path of the sync, that's what they're asking, right? So the suspicious sync. So this will be the absolute path right here. So let's see if this is the actual answer that we're looking for here. Excellent. Fantastic. On which URL was the exfiltration attempt being made on WinEng laptop? Okay, so we're going to move back now. We're going to look at the WinEng laptop. Oh, it's actually the same one. So we're still here. Okay. So it says on which URL was the exfiltration attempt being made? So let's see. It would be towards the end right here, I would say, or not. Let's see what we can find right here. Oh, here we go. We have that right here. That's amazing. This is so easy, dude. Attempted exfiltration to, there we go. And so this would be the full URL. That is unbelievably easy. Very, very easy. So easy. Okay, finally, what was update agent exe labeled by threat intel on the dev01 desktop? So let's go back to all detections, and we have the dev01 desktop. Okay, indicator of compromise, and we're looking for the update agent labeled by threat intel. So update agent labeled as app data directory. Is that what it is? No, maybe let me click on this. What do we get? App data directory. So that's the indicator. So maybe not it. Actions and response right here. Nothing like that. Process info. Update agent. Do we have threat intelligence? There we go. Okay. So known internal IT utility tool is the threat intel label. And it also has a behavior initiated outbound connection. We see this is really cool. This is super easy. That is probably one of the easiest labs I have ever done. I think all the data was just like right there on the screen. Super easy to do. And I mean, that was, I don't even know how else to explain it. Like, that was so easy. That was so easy to do. Threat intelligence, feeds, and endpoint detection and response. Unbelievably fun. Very easy to do. I can't even say enough about it, honestly. And that was it. I mean, this was that practical lab was kind of like the icing on the cake, so to speak. It was the cherry on top. I'm very surprised how simple that was, how straightforward that was. If you know what you're looking for, you get the information. That was super easy to do. Loved it, absolutely. and I cannot wait to do more stuff like this. The EDR tools are now my new favorite thing, because it was all categorized and everything was found for us. I really like that. That was awesome. Okay, so there we go. That's it. So now the next thing that we're going to end up doing is we're going to go into the introduction to the SIM, which is the introduction to the SIM tool itself. And then from there, we will get a basic introduction to Splunk one more time, because we've already done this, but now we're going to look at it with a new set of eyes, as well as the Elastic Stack. And then we have the introduction to security orchestration, automation, and response. So all of that stuff is going to be really fun to do as well, because I think it's all very handy and it's all very useful, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it. So that being said, we're going to finalize this room and wrap it up. If you got value out of this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, make sure that you drop a comment. Make sure you let me know if you have any questions about what we talked about, if you have any questions about future content, or if you have requests for future content, and anything of the sort. I think it's very important for me to hear from you. So if you just want to say hi, amazing. But if you have questions or if you have recommendations, I would love to hear from you. There's been a lot of content that's been developed on this channel because of the questions and recommendations from our community, and it's something that I am adamant about, and it's something that I really want to make sure I share with you and actually make sure that you get out of your membership of this community. Like, if you're a subscriber to this community, I want you to get access to the things that you really actually want and the things that really will help you specifically in your journey. So drop a comment, definitely make sure to do that. Make sure you check out everything else that we got on this channel. We have all the member exclusives, which are basically the Python tutorials that go along with the Python downloads that people get and the script downloads that they get. So there's Python downloads that they get, there's Bash scripting, and there's other types of scripting that's going to come out as well. All of those things, because they're reserved for the membership community, they fall under members only. And then members will get access to all of these videos, all the public videos that you're seeing for free, the 400 plus videos. How many videos are there now? We have 459 as the time of this recording, but there's probably going to be over 460 something by the time you actually watch this. So by all of these public videos, the 459, all those that you see are available to the public, but the members actually get access to them first, and then it's distributed to the public. So everything else is actually available to the public, and it will always be that way. It's just that there's specific things that are reserved for our members through the paid community, the Hackaholics Anonymous community. So all of that is just how it is, really. And I would really encourage you to actually check that out as well, because I think you'll get a lot of value out of that. We have the CompTIA playlist. There's 3 different playlists that are being built out. There's the SOC level 1, the brand new one that you're watching right now. There's AI for cybersecurity, which is what we see right here. And then we also have the Pentest Plus / offensive pentesting that has pentesting exercises inside of it. So there's multiple playlists being played out, built out, and then there's also multiple pieces of content that drop every single week. So there's a lot going on, and I think you'll get a lot of value out of it. So I'm going to stop talking. We're going to wrap this thing up. Quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous. And make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to make sure that you get access to more videos as they come out on this channel. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. If you're a network and system attacker / protector, if no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In this episode, we're going to get reintroduced to the security information and event management software, also known as a SIM, My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This video is a part of the SOC Level 1 pathway, the new SOC Level 1 pathway that was recently launched by TryHackMe. This is to replace the legacy version of SOC Level 1. So there are currently two playlists that are on this channel. The old one is called SOC Level 1 Legacy, and then the new one is going to be SOC 1 2025-2026. And so that's the one that we're working on right now. And we're going to re-review a lot of the concepts that previously we talked about, but with all of the updates that have taken place to the world of digital forensics and investigations and security analysis and all of that stuff. And one of those concepts is this concept of a SIM. And so these things like Elastic and Splunk and Sentinel, these are all considered to be SIM tools and SIM software. And the most well-known one, the most notorious one, is Splunk. And then Elastic serves the same purpose. It's just open source so that companies that don't want to spend thousands of dollars on a license, or individuals who don't want to spend thousands of dollars on a license, can still get access to that specific software, still get practice with those types of software without actually having to fork up the money. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. We're going over the overview of it. We're getting introduced to this concept of a SIM, and this is a part of the Core SOC Solutions module that is inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. So we have the intro, logs everywhere. So this is essentially what is going to be fed into the SIM tool. Why would we use a SIM tool? Log sources and ingestion, alerting process and analysis. And of course, there's a lab that's involved. We're going to get some practical exercises today with this. And then there's going to be our conclusion. There's going to be timestamps for all of these things in the description below. So if you wanted to jump around, you can always go ahead and do that. And that's pretty much it. So I'm very excited to re-review this with you once again and go through all of these things and to see what the updates are for this particular content. And a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we'll jump into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, if you're interested in becoming a security analyst or working in a security operations center, the SIM tool is going to be the core tool that you will end up using. So once again, it stands for Security Information and Event Management. And this is a very big tool in the toolbox, or the utility belt, so to speak, of the security analyst. And all of the logs that come from all of the various endpoints, and we'll talk about those, all of those things are going to be fed into the SIM, and they're going to be ingested by the SIM, and then they're going to be normalized by the SIM, and they're going to be presented in a very nice human readable way on various dashboards that are available inside of the SIM. So everything is fed into it, and the security analysts will look at this various data, and whatever alerts pop up, they will get assigned accordingly, and then you'll get a chance to review them and hopefully either dismiss them as false positives or you'll escalate them. That's kind of the whole purpose of these things, and that's where the flow of this tool and how it actually integrates into the security operations center, how all of that stuff actually applies and how it all meshes together. So we're going to be talking about the various devices in a network and how they generate logs, why it's essential to have the centralized solution to collect, normalize, and correlate these logs. And this is the centralized solution. The SIM is the centralized solution. So our objectives for today are to understand the different types of log sources, identify limitations of working with isolated logs, recognize the importance of a SIM solution, explore the features of a SIM solution, learn various types of logs and their ingestions in the SIM, and understand the process behind alerting and alert analysis. And of course, we'll have our practical exercise. So it should be pretty easy, I would say. It should be pretty straightforward. And, the first question is, so what does it stand for? So it would be Security Information and Event Management System. And that is what SIM stands for. So that being said, let us go into logs. Let's understand where all of this data is going to come from. So in a company or even in a home, there are always going to be multiple devices. So just think about your own house right now, right? In your home, you probably have at least a computer and you probably have at least a cell phone. There may even be a television that's connected to the internet. Maybe there are a couple of people in your house who have cell phones or a couple of people in your house who have computers. So even just inside of your home, there are going to be multiple devices, and each one of those devices will have multiple logs in it. The most basic ones are authentication logs and system logs. Those are like the most basic. But inside of a computer, there could be authentication logs, system logs, firewall logs, network logs, all of these things, right? Inside of one machine, inside of one computer, there's 4 or 5 basic log sources. And then just depending on what your setup is, you can have application logs, right? And each one of those applications will generate its own series of log items. So whenever you use Google Chrome, right? Or whenever you use your calculator or your notepad, all of these things will generate their own application logs. So when you consider how many logs are inside of a device, and then the fact that there are multiple devices in your household, you can just imagine how many freaking devices there are inside of a company. So a network inside of a company will have so many different logs inside of it. So if we were to look at this right here, right? So we have the router, which connects all of these guys to each other, and then it connects all of them to the internet at large. So that would be considered the network log just by itself. But then this data server is going to have a series of logs. This is going to have logs. These 50. So there are 50 Windows workstations that will have their own logs, 20 Linux workstations. So a total of 70 right here. Then we have 71, 72, and then the router 73. So at the very least 73 devices. And then each one of them is going to have a handful of logs. So very easily, just within this network, we're looking at hundreds of log sources, and then each one of those logs is going to have thousands of items in it. So next thing you know, you're looking at millions of events that will take place within this organization, within this network. And so imagine having to sift and sort through all of that manually by opening up the log item for the data server and try to figure out, okay, how does that event connect to the log item to the web server? And then how do those events connect to the logs in these guys? Like, you would lose your mind. It's impossible to do it without some kind of automation or without some kind of tool like a SIM. So this is why it's so important to actually use these things, and to give you all of the background makes it much easier for you to appreciate why these things are so valuable. So in case you've actually never heard of a SIM, this is why I'm kind of going through this type of explanation, but you should have at least heard of SIMs if you're watching SOC 1. If you're inside of the SOC 1 playlist, I'm assuming you've already gone through the basics of cybersecurity in the CySec 101 playlist and all of those things. So you should have at least heard of it. If you haven't heard of it, we're going to still kind of at least try to cater to you. I'm going to try to give you the information that you would need, but that's kind of basically it, right? So these devices continuously generate logs, and then we can call these devices the log sources as well. So the device itself could just be considered a log source. And the logs that are generated serve as a trail of all the activities and are extremely helpful for identifying malicious activities or general troubleshooting or investigating digital forensics, whatever it is, right? So they're mainly divided into 2 categories. You have host-centric log sources, and then you have network-centric log sources. So the host-centric would be things like the user accessing a file, a user attempting to authenticate themselves, so enter the username and password, a process execution activity, process adding, editing, deleting a registry key or value. This is specific to Windows machines. PowerShell execution, again, specific to Windows machines. So these all have to do with the host. A host is a computer, basically. So a host is a computer. Now, if there are multiple users logged into that host, there will be user logs, but then there's also going to be the host logs. So all of the stuff assigned to that one computer. And then if there are 5 users that use that computer, they would get their own user logs, but the host logs, the host data will be attached to that one computer. So when we're looking at host-centric, this is where the concept of the endpoint detection and response, that's what we talked about in the last video. This is where it comes in. It's the EDR stuff that is connected to the host, and it basically looks at everything that has to do with the activity going on that given computer. So it could be Windows, it could be Linux, it could be servers, whatever. It could be a cell phone that could technically be considered a host, right? So anything that is standalone, one machine, in this case, we're just going to be looking at it as a host, okay? So that's what that is. And then we have the network-centric logs. So these are generated when all of the hosts inside of a network communicate with each other or they access the internet. And devices that generate network logs could be firewalls, they could be intrusion detection or intrusion protection systems or prevention systems. We have routers, we have modems, we have switches. And some examples of these logs could be when somebody's connecting via secure shell. It's basically a remote connection. A file being accessed via FTP, web traffic, user accessing the company's resources through VPN, network file sharing activity. So it's when the computers and the machines basically communicate with each other, and that all falls under network centric. So if we go back up here, this person or this machine is going to be a host. This will be a host. These 20 machines right here will be 20 different hosts. 50 different hosts right here. So each one of these hosts will generate their own sets of logs, but them communicating with each other as a whole is going to be the network log. So network-centric logs, okay? It seems pretty straightforward, so hopefully all of these things you should be able to understand. But what we need to do is how we can connect the dots to identify malicious activities and analyze what's going on inside of the network and inside of each one of those hosts. So that part of it isn't so straightforward. It's not that simple. So there are a lot of challenges that go into why it's not so simple, which would be there are a lot of log sources. That's kind of like the main one. Like we already talked about, there's literally millions of log items inside of a network of this size. So this is technically, as we mentioned, 73 different devices that are inside of this network. What if there are 5,000 devices? It's a giant company like, I don't know, Amazon, or Amazon probably has more than 5,000 devices, honestly. So just whatever, when you think about a company like Amazon, or when you think about a company like Tesla or Microsoft or Apple, they have thousands of hosts. So their network is massive. Google, all of these companies are gigantic. So you're looking at tens of millions of log items being generated on a daily basis, probably hundreds of millions of log items being generated on a daily basis. So there are so many sources of log data, and each one of them generate hundreds of events per second, and they're scattered across different devices. Examining each one of these would be insane. It would be not just tedious, it's impossible, okay? Just to be able to do it on one computer, it's tedious. But if you're trying to do it on a network of 5 computers, it would already become too much. And you would have to use some kind of a tool. So looking at a company that has thousands of devices, you'd lose your freaking mind. You wouldn't be able to do it. It's an impossible task. It's just not possible for a human being to do without some kind of tool to use to centralize the information. So there you go. That's the thing. It's like the centralization part is really crazy because, again, all of these logs that exist on all of these machines are on those hosts. So this data server has its own logs and it's on this host and it's not centralized. So to connect what went here and here and here. So, one of these machines gets hacked and it's through the connection from the internet. So it comes through the router and the machine itself gets hacked. And then from there, they jump from this machine to the data server. And from there, they go through the router and they connect to the web server and they do whatever. Or maybe they come from the web server because they do some kind of a web attack against their web application. And from there, they come and they enter the network. And from there, they work their way to the data server. All of those interactions are being logged into these individual machines, but to centralize all of them is what makes investigation possible, to be able to find out what actually happened. So it needs to be centralized. Everything that's coming from every single one of these machines needs to be placed into one location. That's why we call it centralization. And so when you do that, then whatever the log source is, it can actually connect all of those log items and make it easier to analyze. If the centralization does not happen, it's inefficient to say the least, and it can waste a lot of valuable time to say the least. Again, it's impossible. In my opinion, well, okay, let's just say it's not impossible, but it's going to take an extremely long amount of time. Even for the most experienced people, it'll take just days, if not weeks, if not months, to go through 50 different devices of logs. You know what I mean? Or I don't know, man. Like, I'm just trying to think about it with the limitations in my own mind right now. I just can't see it being easy if you don't have a tool like a SIM or at least an EDR or something to be able to figure out what happened. And then the context limitation is also very limited. So again, going back into this example, somebody hacks into the web server. From there, they go into one of these machines. From there, they go across the router and they go into the data server. All of those things, right, that take place, not understanding how all of those events connect to each other to try to figure out what the person was doing is a lack of context. So individual logs can't tell the whole story. During any incident, the individual activities on different log sources could be harmless, or they could seem harmless, but if you actually correlate them together, if you actually connect all of those events that took place together, all of a sudden you get a big picture and you actually understand the full story. And that way you can try to figure out what the intention of the hacker was when they hacked into your network. So a lack of context or limited context will prevent you from getting the full picture. Therefore, you won't be able to analyze properly. You will have limited analysis capabilities. And again, that's just very, very simple to wrap your head around, right? And then finally, there's the issue of formatting. So this is kind of a really big one right here because, Linux formatting is different from Windows formatting. The web server could be a Linux web server. The data server could be a Windows data server. All of these things have different types of formatting. And so different log sources generate logs in various formats, format types, meaning, the first field might be a date. The second field might be an IP address in one type of log. And another type of log, the first field might be the time, the second field might be the date, and then the third field might be the IP address, the source IP address. So just that by itself is like a different type of format. So now to be able to analyze them, you would need to find a way to line them up, like actually make them make sense, right? And all of that can be very difficult without the use of a SIM tool, because I can write a script to say, okay, pull the first field, and the first field is going to be the date. And then when it pulls the first field of all the different log items, I'll be like, okay, well, these don't look like dates. These look like timestamps. So, okay, the first field on these sets of logs were not dates. They were actually timestamps. And that just by itself is so tedious, and it makes things very, very difficult. So there's a lot of different reasons why it's hard to find answers if you're not using a SIM tool, right? So that's kind of just an introduction as to why we need SIMs. We're going to go into more of a deeper reason why we need SIMs. And basically, I'm sure you can already try to figure it out, right? The reason why we would need SIMs is because of all of these issues. Like the SIM provides an answer to all of these issues. That's kind of like the short answer to it. That's why we need SIMs. A SIM allows for host-centric logs and network-centric logs to be ingested in one centralized location. That's why we need SIMs, but I don't want to jump too far ahead. So question here is registry-related activity host-centric or network-centric? And that would be host-centric. So let me make sure my keyboard wakes back up here. So it would be host-centric because registry has to do with the Windows computer. So it's a host-centric thing. Is VPN-related activity host or network-centric? That would be network-centric. So VPN stands for a virtual private network. So it's a network-centric type of an activity. All right, so why do we actually need SIMs? Officially, why do we need SIMs? So, I mean, we already mentioned it, right? So there were different log sources that they generate numerous of log items themselves, and there are various types and the challenges that are associated with those things. So this is why the SIM is so powerful, right? So if we just try to look at this one image, let me see if I can zoom out here. So the data is collected from the various sources. The data is aggregated, meaning kind of mixed in together. It's jumbled up, combined. there are discovery of detection of various threats or potential threats, and then they are identified by the security analysis team, and then they're investigated. And all of this is done through the use of a SIEM tool. So it actually helps to be able to ingest all of the data from those various log sources and actually make it possible for people to make sense of it. So if we look at the features of the SIEM, it's basically answers to each one of those previous problems that we saw. So it centralizes log collection. So the endpoints, the servers, the firewalls, all of the host-centric and network-centric logs are centralized in one location, and then they're normalized, right? So each one of those entries in the logs can actually be normalized because they come in different formats. They come in different sizes. A Windows log doesn't look the same as a Linux log. And so the SIEM solution centralizes all of these things, and it actually breaks them down into different fields and presents them in one consistent format. Meaning what? There is a source IP address that's associated with each one of those network log items. So it gives you a little tab that you click on, and if you just go look through the last video that we did where we were doing just kind of like a use case of the actual SOC simulation. I think it was like the last video prior to this one. So if I go back here, let's see, looking at the various logs, it was this video. So the SOC team internals, it was the introduction to phishing video where we actually ended up using Splunk, and we were looking at a SOC dashboard, and to be able to go through Splunk and be like, oh, you know what? That's kind of cool that we were able to find out all of the IP addresses that were inside of our network activity by just clicking source IP address. You know what I mean? It was like it normalizes data for you. So you can just, if you're looking for a username, you can click on usernames, and all of a sudden you get to see all of the usernames that are inside of that activity. So it makes things very, very easy for you to be able to find the individual pieces of information that you're looking for. So breaking down a log into several fields for ease of understanding is known as parsing. So it parses the logs, separates them, breaks them down, and then converting all of those logs into one consistent format is known as normalization. So the logs get centralized, they become parsed, meaning they're separated and broken down into several fields, individual fields, and then all of that data will become normalized so that the human being looking at millions of log items can at least try to make sense of what they're looking at. And then they are correlated. So individual logs are not very helpful. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about lack of context, right? So all of that stuff that's going on in the millions of logs, they're now correlated to each other. They are the SIEM correlates the logs of different sources and finds any relationship between them. So the Windows machines to the Linux machines, to the router, to the database server, etc. So this helps to identify malicious activity by analyzing the pattern across various devices. So if we look at the few activities happening in a system during a 5-minute time frame. So Harris logs in via VPN from an IP that he has never previously used. Then Harris accesses some documents on a shared drive. Then Harris executes a PowerShell script, and the system makes an outbound network connection. This by itself, not really malicious. This by itself, not really malicious. But when you look at all of these things and how they correlate with each other, then all of a sudden you notice a pattern, right? Individually, they look fine. But the correlation of these activities, which could point to a potential data exfiltration activity resulting from Harris's compromised VPN credentials. That's what it all means to be able to correlate to each other. Then there's real-time alerting, meaning basically live alerts, right? So malicious activities based on rules and various configurations are detected through the SIEM, and many rules come with the SIEM by default, but you can also make new detection rules based on the requirements to mature future decisions. And when the conditions for these detection rules are satisfied, meaning anything is triggered, right? Alerts are triggered, and then the analysts are notified, and then they can investigate and try to figure out what goes on. And then finally, what I think is like the nicest piece about this is the dashboard element of it, that it basically, this is what it looks like, right? So you have, the various, in this particular case, what do we have? We have source IP addresses that are inside of this dashboard, and then you have a nice pie chart here, and if you hover over each one of them, it'll show you how many different log entries are associated with this IP address, and in this IP address it shows you the various user agents. So down here we see Mozilla 5.0, we see Chrome. What else do we see? I think they're all just various different versions of Chrome essentially, but you just see the number of counts that are associated with it. I think the main difference here is the IP addresses that are associated. Yeah, so this is the IP address for this Chrome, and then this is the IP address for that Chrome. And so you'll see the number of activities that are generated through Chrome for each individual IP address that we would see right here. So all of the data, instead of looking at it line by line, you can actually normalize the data and present it to yourself in a nice fashion using dashboards and reports. So some of the information can be alert highlights, system notification, health alert, list of failed login attempts, events ingested, rules triggered, top domains visited, all of that stuff. And that's just a few things. There are so many things that you can do. And this is just one dashboard available in Splunk that we just viewed right here. So it's a very, 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 very useful set of tools. I can't say that enough. And there are so many other features that will exist, but we're just not going to cover it in this particular video because this is an introduction video. But again, they're just really, really powerful. And if you're interested in Splunk or Elastic, you can go ahead and find those videos on this channel because we do take some deep dives into various investigations using Splunk and Elastic. And I'm sure we'll go through them again. And I'm sure TryHackMe is going to come up with a new SOC level 2 pathway as well. So we'll be able to visit a lot of those concepts or revisit them with new context and updates to the digital realm and everything that's been going on in the marketplace lately. But that's just one of the reasons or some of the reasons why we like SIEMs. So let's actually look at the various sources of logs now. Okay, so as we've already established, the types of network devices and the network as a whole itself generates a lot of different types of logs, and these logs can be narrowed down by the network at large or the various applications in the network or the devices and the applications inside of those devices. So for example, a Windows machine. Everything is recorded as an event and it can be viewed through the event viewer. And it assigns a unique ID to each one of them, which makes it easy for us to be able to examine and keep track of. So if we actually go to Windows event IDs, right? And you can look at the Microsoft Learn website, and then you'll be able to see a variety of different ID examples, for example, 4618 and 4649, etc. And then there's the event ID table that we have right here, which has a bunch of event IDs that are associated with the types of events that can take place. So for example, if I do Control F or Command F and I just want to look for, let's say, authentication, right? So authentication is what I would search for. And then there are 10 items that show up. So that means there are 10 event IDs here. And if we just scroll in here, so network policy server locked the user account due to repeated failed authentication attempts. And that is 6279. So when you go look at the event viewer, it'll generate event IDs, and then based on those event IDs, you can try to narrow down what happened. And then you can search for event IDs inside of the SIEM. You can actually look for, and you can see event ID as the tab right here, or as the column right here. You can actually sort through them, and then there's a task category assigned to them. And so not just through the event viewer, but you can actually go ahead and search through the SIEM tool itself and look for various event IDs through the SIEM just to see how all of those things actually are connected to each other. And if instead of, because this is for a host, right? So the event viewer is on just this computer. So if you see that, 6279 was done on one computer, you're like, okay, well, let me just see if I just search for 6279, how many different computers will show up as failed authentication attempts, repeated failed authentication attempts, right? So that's just one nifty little way that you can track down information through Windows machines, is through the event IDs, right? Linux machines store all the related logs or events and errors and warnings and all these things. And all of these things can be monitored. They don't have event IDs the same way that a Windows machine would have. So some of the common locations where Linux will actually store their logs are going to be this. They're all in the var or var folder, and then there's the log folder inside of that. But then this is the HTTPD, which has to do with HTTP request and response. This is for scheduled tasks, right? Also known as cron jobs. We have the auth log, which has to do with authentication related logs. Kernel, right, or kern, which has to do with the kernel related events. And the kernel is the connection between the hardware and the software, right? So there has to be this bridge that gaps the communication between all the CPU, GPU, and then the actual softwares that use it, and that is the kernel. So this is an example of a cron log. So now, as you can see, this is a little bit different of a view than what you get to see inside of a Windows computer. And you could be looking at a Linux server and it doesn't have a GUI or a GUI, whatever you want to look at. So GUI stands for the graphical user interface. So however you want to pronounce it, I always say GUI, but you could call it a GUI, I don't know, whatever. But this is a GUI or a GUI. Right, so this is graphical. You can click, point, you can drag and drop, and you can filter through these things. You can't do that here. This is all typing, and you have to know how to use the various command line commands to get access to this information, and then how to parse through them and sift and sort through them. So that would be one way if you're manually doing it, or you filter all of these things using a SIM. And then we have the web server, and the web server logs are very similar to what goes on inside of a Linux log, except the data that is available inside of it is very, very different. So we can see right here, we have the IP address at the very beginning, and then we have the date and timestamp, and then the actual request that was being made. So it's getting the root folder for whatever the IP address was, I guess. And then this one is getting the CGI bin /try location from that IP address, and then the Windows agent that was using it, or the agent that was using it, was this version of Chrome or Safari, I guess. So all of these things are a part of the Apache web server logs. Okay, so these things can be stored inside of the var log Apache or var log HTTPD to try to find out more information about the web connections and web server connections. So doesn't matter where they're coming from, all of them are fed into the SIM, right? So this could be a Windows computer, this is the web server, this is a Windows server, this is just a regular database server. I don't know what this is right here. It's like it seems to just have a book. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Just maybe that's a desktop or something. This is a Linux machine. All of them are fed into the SIM. And then the logs are now ingested, right? And we already talked about what happens when they receive those items. So the sources of these logs can be done in a variety of different ways. So each SIM solution has its own way of ingesting the logs, and some common methods are the agent forwarder concept. So this was also something that we talked about in the EDR video. So each machine can have a forwarder or an agent installed on it, and then so it forwards its data to the SIM. That's just one way of looking at it. Then there's the syslog, which is a widely used protocol to collect various systems like web servers, databases, and things like that. So the syslog log data can be a source of data that is forwarded to the SIM solution. There's manual uploads that you can just literally upload log files into it. There's also port forwarding that is available, that you can forward all of the data from a given port to the SIM solution. So on a specific IP address, we're going to take everything from port 80 and port 443, which is related to web browsing, and we're going to forward all of that stuff to our SIM solution. So you could do port forwarding. So when you actually get into Splunk and you're trying to figure out what the data sources are going to be, it gives you the options right here. So very simple, upload files or monitor something that would be either files and ports that are connected to it, or you can forward data from a Splunk forwarder that has been set up on a specific endpoint, and then these would all be sources of data that would be forwarded to Splunk. So the question here now that we have is, in which location within a Linux environment are the HTTP logs? So we already know that it's var, and then we already know that it's a log, and then we just say HTTP D, and boom, there you go. Cool. So alerting processes and analysis. Okay, so this is where the SIM really shines, right? This is where SIM tools really shine, which is the way that they help us process and analyze the traffic and the activity that goes on, and investigate and trigger whatever type of rule that we would need. So all of these things are actually where the kind of like the whole purpose behind the creation of a SIM solution. So there are things known as detection rules, right? And these are basically configurations, right? Modifications or rule sets that have been predetermined either by the SIM itself, because they come pre-installed with the SIM, or you can actually just write rules that you would want, because a lot of times the SIM out of the box, quote unquote, when you install a SIM out of the box, it doesn't know what the activity inside of your network is. So a lot of things inside of your network can actually trigger alerts, and then it would make it really busy. There would be like a lot of alerts that are generated, and most of them would be false positives, which would then distract your security analysts, and they would waste time and energy and money and resources, all of those things. So these detection rules need to be fine-tuned over time so that they are not so distracting, and they don't take up too much time, and they don't generate too many false positives. So ultimately, no matter what company or environment you're in, somebody needs to be responsible for fine-tuning these detection rules. But whenever they do work well, they play a very important role in the detection of threats, which allows you to take action on time, right? Detection rules are pretty much logical expressions that are triggered. So a few examples would be, if a user gets 5 failed login attempts in 10 seconds, raise an alert for multiple failed login attempts. If login is successful after multiple failed login attempts, raise an alert for successful login after multiple login attempts. A rule set is to alert every time a user plugs in a USB device into a host, because USB devices a lot of times can be restricted, because literally plugging in the USB can just download the malware that's on it. You don't even have to open any of the files in it. A lot of times USB devices are forbidden from being plugged into computers. If outbound traffic is greater than 25 megabytes, raise an alert for potential data exfiltration, because 25 megabytes is not a big deal when you're trying to export video or images or something. But if the server, for example, doesn't have any video on it because it's just a data server and all it holds is databases, it holds just information about people. 25 megabytes of text files, basically that's what they are. Like, these database files are just text files or JSON files or whatever, but there's only text in them, so there's no media in them, so they shouldn't have large file sizes. So 25 megabytes being transferred out of a web server or out of a database server implies there's a lot of information being stolen here, because it's in the form of text, and greater than 25 megabytes implies that there's a lot of text being exported out of this machine. So it's a very, very big cause of concern for data exfiltration. So how are these rules created? These rules that we're talking about here, how are they created? So use case number one could be, adversaries tend to remove the logs during the post-exploitation phase to remove their tracks. So unique event ID of 104 is logged every time a user tries to remove or clear logs. So let's go actually look at that. So if we go over here and search for 104, it doesn't even exist here. So that's definitely not true. I don't know what this is connected to. To create a rule based on activity, this can be conditioned as follows. So if the log source is win event log and the event ID is 104, trigger an alert. So let's try to do this. Windows event log 104. Let's see what that brings onto Google. And it doesn't seem to. So let's see. It says it's triggered by Microsoft Windows event log event ID 104 upon check-in. It's a normal condition and no further action is required. Okay, that I can't believe that would be the case. So we have 104 multiple times here. Oh, this is a blog from Learn Microsoft. So it can't be the case, because if event logs are cleared, that cannot be a cause for no concern. I just can't. Splunk Lantern website immediately says Windows event log is cleared. So this by itself may not necessarily seem malicious, but from the perspective of security, if event logs are being cleared, that is a cause for concern. I don't understand why anybody would say that is not a cause for concern on the Microsoft Learn forums. That just seems very silly in my opinion. So that's one way that you can create a detection rule, right? So if you say that the source of the log, right, is Windows event log and event ID is 104. It's not going to say is in the rule. It'll most likely be log source, and this will be one word most likely, or it might be called index, let's say. So if index equals win event log and event ID equals 104, then the alert is triggered, right? Use case number 2, adversaries use commands like who am I after exploitation to figure out what their current user ID is and what their privileges are. So you can say log source, identify the log source capturing the event log. So it could be anybody, right? Any of the devices. If the event ID is associated with process execution activity, in this case, the event ID would be 4688. So let's go and try to figure out what 4688 looks like in the Windows event logs. So maybe we can try to find something here. 4688 is a new process has been created. Okay, so a new process is started. That's basically what it is. Now the new process name will be helpful to include in the rule itself. So the rule could be if the log source is a Windows event log and the event code is 4688 because there was a new process, and a new process name contains who am I in it, so that's basically the command, then trigger an alert who am I command execution detected, right? No user, no legitimate user that's not in PenTesting is going to be running who am I. They know who they are. They don't even need to know what that is. Like, they don't even run it, honestly, to try to figure out what the heck is going on. So these are just some of the rules that you can create. But essentially, these are detection rules that you can narrow down, and you're looking at a few different things. A log source. So if the log source is XYZ and the event ID is such and such, and in the new process name, and these are things that are fields that are pulled from Splunk. So when it normalizes data, when it parses through the data and it normalizes data, it pulls these fields for you. So you can literally click on the event ID field and you'll get all the event IDs broken down for you. And then you can just go and sift and sort through them to see which ones are of note, right? And then from there, you can create your own detection rules to try to see what's what and why something might be important. So we talked about the importance of field value pairs. Detection rules keep an eye on these values for certain fields so that they can get triggered. And this is why it's important to have normalized logs ingested. So when these alerts are generated, it's your time now to investigate them. As a security analyst, that's basically your job, is to spend most of your time on these dashboards, and where keys are actually displayed to you, you can then go ahead and try to figure out what those alerts actually are, what event flows are associated with those alerts, and check to see if those conditions are actually met. And based on your investigation, you determine if it's a true positive or a false positive. False positives should be recommended to the security engineering team so that they can fine-tune the detection rules. And then you would have conversations with whatever team members or anybody in the company that was involved in generating that false positive. But that's basically what goes on behind handling false positives. If it's a true positive, then it needs to be escalated so that the SOC management or the level 2 SOC analyst can confirm it, and then from there they will take further action. So if it's a false positive, it may require tuning the rule. We already talked about it. If it's a true positive, perform further investigation. Contact the asset owner to inquire about the activity. If the suspicious activity is confirmed, isolate the infected host, meaning block it off from the rest of the sub network, right, or the segment of the network, and then block the suspicious IP address that potentially is involved in hacking into that machine or whatever the activity is that's going on with it. So which event ID is generated when event logs are removed? That was 104, I want to say. What type of alert may require tuning? And so that would be a false positive. Excellent. So now we get to actually apply all of this knowledge. Here we go. Let's have some fun. All right, when we click on this little button, the view side button, we get a split screen here. I'm super zoomed in on the screen, so I'm gonna kind of zoom out a little bit just so we can see this a little bit better. And so we got all these questions basically, and we just got to go through these questions and find the answer. So after clicking on Start Suspicious Activity button, which process caused the alert, find the event that caused the alert and identify the user, what is the host name, examine the rule in suspicious process, which term matched the rule, which option best represents false or true positive, and selecting the right action will display the final flag. So here we go. So we're going to click on Start Activity. And then, so what are we looking for as the first question? It says, which process caused the alert? So first, let's try to find our alert. So top event codes, we have one in red right here, 4625, da 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 da. And then, are there any more? This visualization shows top 10. That's fine. So we'll just go, okay, thank you so much. Remote desktop connections. So anything that I click on, it'll just kind of go ahead and highlight them. So MITRE attack, and then we have the count, and then we have, oh, I see, I still haven't clicked on the Start Suspicious Activity. So I still got to do that. So we're going to click on Start Suspicious Activity, and let's see, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Kudo miner, exe. So, all right. So potential crypto miner activity observed, find, and click on the triggered event, and it says which process caused it. So that would be kudo miner.exe. All right, so there's that. Now find the event that caused the alert and identify the user responsible for the process execution. So let's find the event, and the event is right here. So we're going to click on that and look through the event to find the event. Thank you so much. So the one that has to do with Kudo miner is the one that I'm most interested in. Process creation. They're all 4688, and Windows event logs, process ID, info, etc. Scroll right for more information. Okay, here we go. Excellent. So this is really, really good information here. There's the one. So Kudo miner has been executed. And so Chris is the user. So username is Chris. Host name is HR02. So Chris from HR has been doing some shenanigans, or his computer got hacked. Okay, so Chris. Now what is the host name of their user? And that's HR-02. HR02. There we go. Now examine the rule and the suspicious process, which term matched the rule that caused the alert. So we're going to click on this thing. Okay, very good. So here's the rule. It says alert potential crypto miner activity if event ID is 4688, meaning process creation, and the log source is Windows event logs. So you notice, right? Event ID equals this, and log source equals Windows event logs, and process name equals anything that has to do with miner or anything that has to do with crypt. So that's what it is. And so the name of this thing was Kudo miner. So miner is definitely in there. So which term matched that? And that would be miner. Very good. Now, which option best represents the actual event? So we're going to go here. This, I would say, is a true positive. And so we need to isolate that host. So we're going to select that. And there is our flag. Lovely, wonderfully done. So we're going to do true positive here, and then we will do one last piece for our flag, and there we go. We are done. Nicely done. That was pretty easy, right? Like when you really think about it, this is why these tools are so freaking useful, because it makes our lives easier. That's the reason. That's the reason why we love these things. And in conclusion, this is why we want for you to learn more about, SIM tools and cybersecurity analysis and all that stuff. So we covered the SIM and why the capabilities exist and what they actually are. And there are a lot of follow-up rooms that you can kind of go into inside of TryHackMe that will get you more information on it. So the junior security analyst intro, the basics of Splunk, which is actually the next thing we're going to be doing in the next video. Incident handling with Splunk, benign room, investigating with Splunk, investigating with Elk, and Itsy Bitsy. All of these are done. So all of those videos actually exist on this channel already. Most likely, we'll go through them again just so I can present to you more information that I've gotten through the last year and a half that I've been basically creating content for this channel. I've been adding more to my skill set and to my knowledge base. So I think I might be able to explain things better and give you a better picture around these things. So that is all already existing on this channel if you really want to just kind of jump the gun and try to go find them, or if you're inside of any of these rooms and you want to get the answers or get some guidance on there. But for the most part, we're going to probably review a lot of these things again, just so you have even more context and better information. And I got better as I practiced more teaching. Like when you compare this video to the very first video I ever created, it's kind of crazy how much the first video sucked. The mic was horrible. I was using the actual mic from the laptop. I didn't have one of these mics, The mic was horrible, and then I graduated to having one of those mics that you plug in with the wire. I don't have one on my desk right now. And then there were just so many things that were upgraded throughout the time. And then one of the things that was upgraded happens to be my individual skill set as a teacher. So all of that stuff came into play as well. So, for what it's worth, I think it's going to be better. The information will end up being better. The teachings will be better. The videos will be better, etc., etc., etc. So that being said, we are officially done with the introduction to SimRoom. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And so we have the SOC Level 1, the new SOC Level 1 that's being built out, that's you're watching right now. There's AI for cybersecurity, and there's offensive pen testing / CompTIA Pentest Plus. Those three things are being done right now. And then there's going to be CompTIA CYSA Plus that we're going to end up doing, and most likely CompTIA Data Plus we're going to end up doing. And then I think CompTIA at some point is going to also launch AI Plus, but it's one of those things that it's evolving so quickly that it's hard to try to put out an official course from a place like CompTIA. Therefore, I have the AI for cybersecurity playlist that exists. But for the most part, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out. And then there's the stuff that's recommended by our actual users and our subscribers, that they'll drop a comment and they'll say, hey, can you make a video about X, Y, and Z? And I listen to those things, even though there's a backlog of requests that have been submitted to me, and I have to create all of that stuff in addition to all of the playlists that I just disclosed, in addition to my full-time job. I have like a day job that I do for 8 hours, 9 hours a day, as well as content creation and all that stuff. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into this channel, but it's being done, and I promise you it will get done. It's definitely on the backlog. So if you have any questions, drop them in the comment section. If you have any comments, drop them in the comment section. If you have any requests for content, drop them in the comment section. That's right. So if you have not done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that video comes out on this channel. And then, of course, check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In this episode, we're going to go through the basics of Splunk, which is the industry standard for security information and event management. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, I would like for you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This video is a part of the new SOC Level 1 training series that is for 2025 and 2026. This is all replacing the legacy version of SOC Level 1, which is a legacy version inside of TryHackMe, which is what you're looking at right here, and also inside of our playlist inside of the channel right here. So this is all meant to replace all of the older stuff because there's been a lot of updates to the industry at large, as well as just security posture and the ecosystem of security. And so Splunk is the tool that is used by many enterprises, including banks and government entities and all these different places, because it is literally the industry standard when it comes down to SIEM tools. So we're going to get an introduction to it. There are a lot of different videos that exist on this channel already for using Splunk, and most of those videos I think are going to be updated as well. So this is just a second go round when we go through all of these things. So this is a part of the new SOC Level 1 training series, and we're inside of the Core SOC Solutions module inside of the SOC Level 1 training series, and it's going to be Splunk right now. And then after this one, we're going to talk about Elastic, which is part of the ELK stack, the Elastic Stack series of SIEM tools, and that is an open source tool. So we're going to look at Enterprise, and then we're going to look at the open source version of it as well. So we have the introduction, as always, connecting with the actual lab. So we have a virtual machine that we're going to connect to, the various components of Splunk, navigating Splunk, adding data to Splunk, and there's going to be a conclusion, and there will be questions that we'll have to answer along the way. And if you need to navigate or skip to any of these specific portions, there's timestamps in the description below that you can use to get to those individual portions. And that is pretty much it. So I'm going to get these virtual machines launched and started. You're going to get a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we're going to dive into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, while our machines load, let's just go through the intro real quick. So Splunk is one of the leading solutions in the market as far as security information and event management is concerned. It allows us to do all the things we talked about in the last video, which is the introduction to SIEM video. So things like collecting data, analyzing data, correlating data, parsing through data, normalizing data, all of those things. So we're going to be talking about those various functionalities and how it provides better visibility of network activities and helps to speed up detection and investigation and even digital forensics after things are said and done and we're trying to figure out what just happened, right? So the various objectives that we have today are to understand the components of Splunk, explore some available options in Splunk, understand log ingestion in Splunk, practically ingest some logs in Splunk and actually analyze them. Practically meaning we're actually going to do the exercise. It's going to be a practical simulated type of an exercise. So it's going to be cool. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to learn a lot with it. If you have not done so already, watch the last video, which is the introduction to SIEM video, because all the core concepts, all the foundational stuff that we're going to be doing in this video are covered in that. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining all those things because there was an entire video that was dedicated to it. So yeah, go watch that if you haven't watched it already. All right, so let's continue and connect with our lab real quick. All right, our lab entities are up. So our virtual machine for Splunk is up, and so is our attack box that is inside of TryHackMe. There's a blue button up here that says start attack box, and I'm super zoomed in, but when you click on it, it opens it up in the sidebar, and while that loads, basically, we can go through everything else. So we have an IP address assigned to our Splunk instance, and that's what happens when you launch Splunk or when you set up Splunk. The main server of Splunk gets its own IP address, and data either gets forwarded to this IP address or you upload files via log items themselves. So essentially, that's what it's going to look like in the real world as well. You'll have the IP address of the machine itself, which in this case is going to be, let's say, our attack box, right? This gets its own IP address, and then you have the IP address of the Splunk server, and things get forwarded to the IP address of the Splunk server through either agents or port forwarding or something like that. And that's actually what we're going to talk about right now. So we have the components of Splunk. So we have the forwarder, the indexer, and the search head. The indexer. My accent sometimes kicks in right now. Okay, so all right, so let's talk about the Splunk forwarder. So this is an agent, basically, that's installed on the endpoint that's intended to be monitored, and its main task is to collect data and send it to Splunk. So The endpoint would be a computer, it could be a cell phone, it could be a laptop, it could be a web server, it could be a data server, whatever, right? So whatever the endpoint is that we're trying to monitor, we install the agent on that endpoint, and then it forwards data to the Splunk instance, our main Splunk server. It doesn't affect the endpoint's performance because it just takes a few little resources. It doesn't take up much RAM or anything like that to process. It's just that it forwards data to us, right? So some of these data sources could be web servers generating traffic, Windows machine generating Windows event logs, PowerShell and Sysmon data, Linux host generating host-centric logs, database generating database connection request responses, etc. All of these things are endpoints. These are basically just endpoints. They're just fancy ways of saying we have different types of endpoints that we can use, and we're forwarding the data from these various endpoints to our Splunk instance, which is this thing right here. So this is a Linux logo, that's a Windows logo, that's an internet logo, the World Wide Web. This is a database logo, and then that's a Macintosh logo. So we have 5 different endpoints sending data to Splunk. That's basically what it is. Now, what happens when the data is received by Splunk? It gets parsed and sorted, processed by the indexer, okay? The indexer processes the data that it receives from those endpoints, from those forwarders. It parses and normalizes the data into field value pairs, categorizes it, and stores the results as events, making the processed data easy to search and analyze. So now that we actually have it and it's been normalized and stored by the indexer, we can now search for it using the search head, which is basically a search bar, as long as you know how to communicate with Splunk using its query language. So it's called the SPL, the search processing language, and it's basically field value pairs, right? So, or we call it key value pairs, field value pairs. So in this case, the index itself is the field or the key, and the value is main. Now, the same way we could say event ID equals 4688. We could say, field name, not field name, that's not a good one. There was something else that we were talking about, database name or user ID. That's a really good one. User ID equals somebody's name. Source IP equals the source IP. The destination IP equals the destination IP. So that's kind of what it looks like, right? And then you can combine those things together. You can say index equals main and source IP equals da-da-da-da and source port equals 80 and user ID equals, etc. So you can combine a bunch of different things, and every time that you add and, it keeps fine-tuning and narrowing down more and more and more. And then you could say index equals main and then you do parentheses, and I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but inside of parentheses you can do or statement. So you could say index equals main and then inside of parentheses you could say source IP equals this or source IP equals that, and then close the parentheses. So it'll search for either one of those source IPs inside of the main index, right? Very, very simple stuff. Or, theoretically it's simple, but you should learn the language so you can kind of search through things easier. There are a lot of different ways to search through things, and we'll talk about all of those things as soon as I pull it up. Just kind of, this is like an intro to stuff, so don't freak out, okay? I promise it's going to make sense when we actually get into Splunk. The search head also allows us to perform or transform results into presentable tables and visualizations like pie bars or pie charts, bars, bar charts, column charts shown below. So this is the various types of visualizations. And okay, that's it. That's pretty much what we have for the intro right here. So I'm just going to kind of real quick load it, or actually we'll wait until we get to navigating Splunk and then we'll load it. Which component is used to collect and send data? That would be our forwarder. So let me wake my keyboard back up here. There we go. So forwarder. All right. So now we can navigate Splunk. In order to navigate Splunk, it's done through a web browser for the most part. So this is what it looks like when we do a split screen of the attack box here. So I'm going to click this little button down here to open it up in full screen, because this just is ridiculous and we won't be able to do that. So when we go into full screen, and oh my God, it's already zoomed in. It's usually not zoomed in like this. So I think I have to zoom out of this situation to make this also zoom out. Okay, there we go. All right, that's a little bit better. Okay, so we're zoomed out here. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our web browser, and then we're going to pull up this domain or this IP address, which is where our Splunk server is gonna sit. And so, once the web browser actually opens, we'll just navigate to that IP address, and it will be presented with this screen. This is the very main dashboard that you'll end up seeing. And on the left hand side, you'll get a couple of options. On the center, you'll get some of these main options for your data sources, right? So when we have this, here we go, nicely done. So let's go here and paste and go to our IP address right here. And so we will have our Splunk server here. I'm still super zoomed in, so I'm at 110%. So why is this? Okay, there we go. That should be a little bit better. So it loads. It shouldn't ask for me. It shouldn't ask me for a login ID or password or anything like that, because I'm connected to the TryHackMe VPN, or I'm connected to the TryHackMe server through their browser, which is the attack box. But you can also access it directly through the VPN using OpenVPN. So as long as you're connected to it that way, it's not going to ask you for a login. There we go. So this is what it looks like. Okay. So this is basically what it is. Now, if you've already connected things to it, and if you've already have a source of data, you don't need to click any of these things. You can just click on search and reporting, and it'll take you to that search index, or the search head is what it was referencing. So when we do that, it'll actually allow us to start searching for data. Okay, so before we do that, there's the top bar that you see right here, these things right here. So we have messages, we have 3 messages pending. So store change to status failed, whatever, failed to start KV store, and KV store process terminated abnormally. Okay, none of those things are relevant to me. I'm just going to close these things. We have the settings, we have activity, and then help. Through these settings is where we can actually go to the monitoring console, and we can actually set up a variety of different elements that we would want to monitor, and the various data points that we are receiving, and the amount of indexing rate itself, so kilobytes per second, the sources of data that are coming in, etc., etc. Right here, it also says the version of Splunk that we're using, the Linux physical memory computer that's actually connected to, standalone, right? So we have forwarders here. So forwarders instance and deployment. We have resource usage. We have search available here, indexing available. All these things will take you to various situations, or various pages, I should say, that will allow you to set this up. This is beyond the scope of this video. So we're not going to do any of that stuff, right? So we can just talk about the fact that we have the messages, the settings, activity, help, and find, which is the very, very top menu. Settings, configure Splunk instance settings, which is specifically what we are in right here. So you have app data and monitoring console, which is what we're on the left-hand side right here. App data, under data, you can see data inputs, forwarding and receiving, indexes. All of these things is where you would actually set up your types of sources and a variety of different data endpoints, or inputs, excuse me. And then you have knowledge bases on how to use Splunk, essentially the system itself and the server settings itself, distributed environments, if you wanted to do a cluster of indexes, forwarding, managing all of your forwarders, and then of course users and tokens and things like that. So all of this stuff can be set up and very finely tuned. So all of that is available to you. When you click on the Splunk logo on the top left-hand side, it brings you back to this main menu. And then we can click on search and reporting, which is what you see right here. And this is the default app for Splunk that actually allows us to start searching. Going through the various elements right here to upload data would be something different as well that you could do. And you can even start with default dashboard. So home dashboard, by default, no dashboards are displayed. You can choose from a range of dashboards readily available within Splunk, and you can select the dashboard from the drop-down menu or by visiting dashboards listing page. So I'm right here. This is what happens when you click on the search, right? Search and reporting. And then there's a dashboard button right there on search and reporting. And then I have certain dashboards that are down here. Integrity check of files, job details, jQuery, and then it'll just open up these various dashboards for me, right? And so this is assigned to nobody. I don't know if the username is nobody or it's actually assigned to nobody. But if I click on integrity check, for example, it'll load a specific dashboard. It says it's enabled. This is just the integrity check of the installed files for the Splunk instance that we're in. So there's no specific dashboard that's been created for the data that we're monitoring. So that piece of it is currently not set up because we literally have a brand new Splunk instance. But assuming that you actually set up something, then you can go ahead and start doing a variety of different things, right? So search history will show you the previous searches that have actually been executed on this instance. And there is a bunch of previous sources because I think previous users maybe have actually used this. So the last time they used this instance was October of 2022. So it's been a while. I'm in November of 2025. Actually, I'm in December of 2025. No, November 30th. Holy cow, dude. December is tomorrow. That's gnarly. Oh my gosh. Okay. So you can actually pick and choose from these indices or from these searches. You can actually click on any of these and it'll load it into this search filter at the very top right here. And it'll actually load data for you. So for example, I will do index equals asterisk, which is basically anything, right? I want you to show me any index that you have, right? If I do that, currently it says nothing because my timestamp on the right-hand side is assigned to last 24 hours. So I can actually just click on all time and then this should generate something. So we'll do all time and then we'll do search and then it says no event sampling. Okay. I guess there's no event logs or there's no index items that we have that exist here. So that might be interesting. So what if we do index equals Windows event logs or Win event logs? What was the other search? Am I even supposed to be doing this? I feel like I'm kind of going way far ahead here. Am I not even supposed to need to do that here? There is no dashboard button in the center, as you can see right here in this little GIF or GIF, whatever you want to call it. On their homepage, they actually have a choose a home dashboard and they have a bunch of stuff. I didn't even have choose a home dashboard, so that doesn't even apply to us. And I think I definitely jumped way too far ahead to try to find a bunch of different things because there's nothing that was available for events for us. So yeah, I may have kind of gone off the rail there and down a completely different rabbit hole. So right here it says you can create dashboards and add them to your home dashboard. The dashboards you create can be viewed separately from the other dashboards by clicking on the Yours tab. And again, that's not available to us, but presumably that does exist and we can do that. Please review the Splunk documentation on navigating the Splunk here. So we would end up going to Splunk website, docs.splunk.com. And Splunk is a Cisco company. Okay, fantastic. Very good. So you get a bunch of stuff that you get to do with documentation of how to use Splunk in case you ever want to go that way. So in the Add Data tab, here's a question, right? Question down here. In the Add Data tab, which option is used to collect data from files and ports? So right here, Add Data tab, which option is used to collect from files and ports? So if we go here and if I click on Add Data, so let's see what is used to collect from files and ports. So we have it right here and it's right down there where it says files and ports on the Splunk platform instance and the option is monitor. So we're going to type out monitor, press enter, and voila, there we go. So I guess we get to actually download some task files and use them to analyze data right here. So I got to download these task files. Hopefully I can transfer them to the Splunk instance somehow. Let's see what we can do. Okay, to add data, it can ingest anything. Splunk is a great ingestor, so it can ingest anything. And according to documentation, when data is added to Splunk, the data is processed and transformed into a series of individual events. And the data sources can be event logs, website logs, firewall logs, etc., etc. So the data sources are grouped into categories. And this is what it looks like based on the Splunk documentation. So you have files and directories, network events, IT ops, cloud services, database, security, virtualization, application services. Windows sources, and other sources. So it's like everything else that is not inside of these categories. And these are very inclusive. So this is like a wide variety of categories. So for example, if you do Windows sources, accepts a wide range of Windows specific inputs, including the event log, registry, WMI, Active Directory, performance monitoring. If you want to do MySQL, that would be under database. If you want to do cloud, it would be like, for example, AWS or Kinesis or Google Cloud or Microsoft or something like that. So there's so many things, right? There's network, obviously network stuff. So there's so many different sources of data. So you kind of try to pick the category of data that it would fall into so that Splunk knows how to parse it and how to organize it for you. So we're going to focus on VPN logs. And when we go to the add data screen, this is what we see right here. So if I go and, oh my God, I'm super zoomed in again. So I'm just going to read through it first because I don't want to keep zooming out and zooming back in. So if we click on add data, it says, what do you want to send to the Splunk platform? So cloud, network, operating system, security, and then upload, monitor, and forward. We kind of already saw that. So we're going to click on upload and upload data from the local machine. So the VPN logs is what this does. And this is if I was using my own computer and connecting to the Splunk instance through OpenVPN. But since I'm using the attack box and it's already inside of their network, I'm just going to go to this location, which is the root rooms Splunk basics, and I should be able to find those VPN logs there, and we can just upload them directly that way. And to upload the data successfully, you must follow 5 steps. So select the source, choose the log file and data source, select source type and what type of log is being ingested, JSON or syslog. Input settings, select the index where these logs will be dumped and the host name to be associated with the logs. Review all the configurations and complete the upload. So this is what we see right here, right? So we're going to wait for this to actually go into the whole review of it from the beginning. The guy is having problems typing here, whoever this person was. And then they need to do all of this stuff. My goodness, how do I reset this for it to happen quickly? This is taking too long. He's doing this so slowly. Good Lord. Okay, you know what? This is what we're going to do. We're actually going to zoom out now. And we're going to go ahead and upload the data ourselves instead of having to wait for that whole shenanigan. So I'm going to go to upload here and I'm going to go find the upload file that I want. So I'm going to click on select file and then it's going to be in root and then it's going to be in rooms and then it's going to be under Splunk basic and vpnlogs.json. So there we go. Open that. Wonderful. And so we're good. So we click next here. Source type JSON is already filled in for me right here. So I don't really need to do anything with this because it's already chosen as JSON. Let's see if this guy did anything with it. So select source, he uploaded it. Source type is already JSON. So what is it? Application, data, email, go to meetings. What is he doing? Network, operating system, structured, JSON, no timestamp. So, okay, leave it at J. That's literally, bro, what are you doing? I guess he was trying to show us all the different options. And then so we're going to go ahead and do our host field value. So I'm just going to say VPN logs, whatever. And then we're going to go to, he had a default index, the new index. So index name is we're going to change, create a new index. It's going to be called VPN, not BPN, VPN. And that was it. So there we go. Oh, I see. And then so I save it and then go here and drop it down and choose VPN as my index name. Fantastic. And that's it, right? Review. Review's done. Submit. And we're done. Start searching. And let's see if this actually works. Okay, great. Look at that. Source VPN logs. Now we have 2,812 events. Fantastic. Host is VPN logs, index is VPN, source type is JSON. I don't know if I need all of this stuff, right? So I'm going to mess around with this a little bit. It is left on all time, so that's nice. So if I do index VPN and get rid of that, and then I go and get rid of all of this stuff and just press enter here, we should still get 2,862 events because everything's being pulled from our VPN index and the VPN index has that JSON file attached to it. So all of that stuff should be fine. Okay, so now upload the attached data to this and create an index called VPN logs. How many events are present in this log file? So we have 2,862 events. So 2862, and there we go. How many log events are captured by the user Melina? So this is where things get really fun and interesting. So the power of a SIM tool is where all of this really starts coming in. So the fields that you see on the left-hand side, this is what a SIM does, right? So it parses through all the data, it normalizes the data, and it attaches fields or keys, and then each one of these fields has values. So for example, there's a username field. So if I click on that, now we get to see all the usernames, and these are the top 10 usernames according to the number of events that have been associated with that username. So what did I just do? My God, I'm super zoomed out. Let's click on that and fix it. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I had no idea how I did that. Okay, all right. So they're asking for the username Melina. So it says how many events are 60 assigned to Melina, captured by Melina. Now, what is the username associated with IP address 107.114.182.38? 107.114.182.38. So now we go over here and we can pull IP addresses on the left-hand side right here. So what do we have? We have source IP. That could be it, right? And 107.114.182.38. It's not on my top 10 list. So here's what I can do. I don't know if it's source or destination IP that I'm supposed to be looking at. There is nothing called destination IP. So I'm just going to do source IP. So here's what we can do, right? I click on one of them. And then at the top right here, we can see that our search field has actually changed. So source IP, in this case, is the field or the key. And then the value is this. So I can just replace that value with this IP address. That's what I'm looking for. And then I will delete that. And I will paste in here. There we go. And press enter. And now we have 26 events associated with that source. Now it says, what's the username associated with that? So let's go down here. Username is Smith. And then we scroll down some more. And this one is also Smith. And this one is also Smith. So, okay, all right. We can confidently say Smith is the username. Great. What is the number of events that originated from all countries except France? Okay, fantastic. This is actually really cool. So there are a few different ways that we can do this, okay? There are filters that we can put on this thing. So first I'm going to go ahead and delete the source IP. We're just going to go back to our 2800 events here. And there are ways that we can actually add filters to this. I need to find the filter button because I remember how to do it with Elastic, but there should be also a way that we can do it here. I mean, I'm certain that there's a way that we can do it here. So let's try to find out how we can add a filter. Okay, so I think I was thinking about Elastic, but we can actually just create a query for it because I couldn't find a filter button. I may not have searched deep enough, but doesn't really matter. So this is what we can do, okay? So source country, if we click on it, we can see a bunch of different source countries that are here. And so I can actually do, France being the source country. Now we're looking for everything that is not France, right? Because it says number of events that originate from all countries except France. So one of the key things that happens a lot of times in coding in general is that if you want to say it does not equal to something, then you put just an exclamation mark in front of it. So source country does not equal France is exclamation mark equal sign, and then you give it France. So I press enter, and now we have 2,814 that is not France related. So every other country, right? So if we actually go down here now, the source countries, instead of being 7 countries, it's now 6 countries, and we see everybody except France. So very, very simple stuff. I was trying to find a filter because there are ways that you can actually create filters on Elastic, and we'll review them when we get there to that video. But right now, that's basically it. So it does not equal France. That's it. You just do that. And so what's the number? 2814. So there we go, 2814. And there we go. So now how many VPN events were associated with the IP address 107.3.206.58? So finally, we're going to do that. So go back here And again, we're just going to delete this, and we're going to look for source underscore IP equals, and then paste the IP, press enter, and it's 14 events associated with that IP. And that's it. How easy was that? Isn't that cool? Like, this is why we love these freaking tools so much. They make life so much easier to look for things. And obviously it just gets more sophisticated and complicated when you have complex events, but the functionality is pretty much the same. So really, honestly, what it comes down to is just practice, okay? And so these are all the various rooms that are available on TryHackMe should you choose to mess around with Splunk a little bit more. And if you actually have a membership to TryHackMe, which I highly encourage. I encourage everybody to have a membership to TryHackMe. In the holiday season, it's always, there's some kind of a discount either for, Digital Monday, or what is it, Cyber Monday, or Black Friday, or Christmas, or whatever. There's always going to be discounts. So by the time that you see this, there should still be some kind of a discount rolling around. And so Splunk Exploring SPL, which is their language, the query language, incident handling with Splunk, investigating with Splunk. This is an actual challenge, and this is another challenge. So all of these things are really, really helpful. I think all of them actually I've created videos for. So if you do go through them, and if you kind of hit a wall and you need help with it, all of that stuff is available to you, and you can always just go ahead and mess around with it. So this is actually something that I encourage everybody to do. I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to basically break down all the virtual machines that we've used today. But that's pretty much it. And hopefully you saw how intuitive it kind of is, and how easy it is to set this whole thing up and to go through it and, upload data and sift and sort through data. Super, super easy to use. These things make our lives very, very easy. And I highly encourage you to familiarize yourself with these things if you're interested in being a security analyst or working in a security operations center. These are the types of tools that you're going to end up using. And a lot of people have those questions for me, and they say, what should I do? What skill do I need to learn? And this is it. Like, this is the skill you need to learn. This is one of the big skills. And to demonstrate that you know how to do these things is kind of the key thing that they're interested in your resume. So just kind of my humble opinion on it. And if you're interested in actually doing it, that's probably the best way that you can do it. So, excuse me. That is our conclusion for today. I'm going to click this final check button. We're going to break down these machines right here, and we are going to wrap it up. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And as it stands right now, we have 3 playlists that are building out. So we have the AI for cybersecurity, we have SOC level 1, the new one, not the legacy one, the 2025-2026, which is what we're in right now. And then we have offensive pen testing / CompTIA Pen Test Plus. Those things are actually being built out right now. The most volume that's coming out is for the SOC level 1 training series, because it's very, very quick. I get to create those really easily and make sure that people have them, but there is still other ones that I am still working on. I promise you, it's not something that has fallen off or I've forgotten about. And then there's all the stuff that people are requesting in the comment section that I want to also make sure that I build out and make sure people have access to. So the very next thing that's coming from the comment section is to create labs for pen testing. So I want to make sure that people actually have access to that information, and they can create their own labs. If they don't want to get into TryHackMe or anything like that, they should be able to access those things and still be able to run the exercises. So creating the labs and then going ahead and doing the rest of the exercises, that's basically what we're going to be doing for the Pen Test Plus. And then AI for cybersecurity, we're going to be moving closer to the integrations between the API endpoints as well as the AI tools themselves and a variety of things, and no code AI tools and platforms like Make and N8N or something like that. So all of these things is stuff that's going to be coming out, and I'm very, very excited about all of them, and I hope you are too. So if you haven't done so already, drop a comment in the comment section below, ask a question, or just say hi, whatever it is that you want to do. And then just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And of course, check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. Today, we're going to be talking about the open source SIM solution, also known as Elastic Stack. And my name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. To get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Elastic Stack is used in the same conversation as Splunk and a variety of other SIM tools. And this is an open source series of softwares that kind of mesh together to give you a full functional SIM solution. And we're going to be talking about how it works, what the basics are. We're going to do a couple of investigations and we're going to go look at the dashboards and the various mechanisms of it. So it's going to be a cool little video today. This is a part of the SOC Level 1 series, the new SOC Level 1 series that's coming out. So the 2025-2026 version. We do have a legacy version already that's on the channel. So this is the updated version of everything that's going on in SOC, because over the last, year and a half, there's been a lot of updates in the marketplace as well as inside of the ecosphere of cybersecurity and IT and all that good stuff. So there are several other videos that are on this channel already for Elastic Stack, how to set up the agents and the forwarders and the searches, etc., etc., etc. So it's like at least three different core mechanisms that you would need to set up to be able to make Elastic Stack work for you. And so we're going to be talking about the gist of it. We're not going into the mechanics and the specifics of the setup, because all of that stuff already exists. I'm sure I will do an updated version of all of those things because they do patch their software and they update their software regularly. So we do want to look at them more frequently and more recently. But as it stands right now, today we're just going to be talking about the basics of how it's used inside of the Security Operations Center for log investigations. We do have our introduction, as always, the Elastic Stack overview, the connection to the lab, which I'm probably not going to dedicate a section to, but it's basically launching the virtual machine that I've already done, and we have already gotten the IP address for that server that's going to be connected to our attack box, which is done through this split view. I'm super zoomed in, so it doesn't really look nice when you look at it like that. But ultimately, if you're going to connect via OpenVPN to the TryHackMe servers, you can go ahead and use your own computer and then launch the Elastic Stack instance through the machine that they gave you with this green button right here. You can also just download it and install it and go through those motions, and you'll be able to use it. And there are videos on this channel that are available to help you do that. So if you want to do it that way, you can definitely do it that way, and you can follow along with everything that we're going to talk about today. And I think you'll learn even more if you just download and install it yourself. But if you have TryHackMe, then amazing, you can use TryHackMe. Then we have the Discover tab, KQL overview, which is the search language for Elastic Stack. So there's a software element to this called Kibana, and Kibana is the dashboard interface most likely that we'll end up using. And so Kibana is a part of Elastic Stack. So KQL is the language, the Kibana query language, to be able to search through the data and through the logs and the various instances and the events and the incidents and all those things. That's what we use as the language to search for it. We're going to create some visualizations, dashboards, and then we're going to wrap it up. The timestamps of all of these things are in the description below. So if you wanted to jump back and forth, you could. And that is pretty much it for the overview of what we're going to be talking about today. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we'll get into the intro. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, as I mentioned at the top of the overview, we're going to be talking about the Elastic Stack, also known as ELK, and the how this actually end up being used inside of the SOC operations and for SOC teams. And it is very unique to its data searching and visualization capabilities, especially for the fact that you consider again that there's a solid open source version of this thing. Of course, there's an enterprise version of it as well, but a lot of people in their homes and for their personal use Elastic Stack. So it's a very, very cool series of software that kind of meshes together. We're going to explore how the components of this thing and how log analysis can be performed through it, and creating visualizations and dashboards. Visualizations. I kind of sped through that. So learning objectives here: understand the components of ELK and their use in security operations, explore the different features, learn the search and filter elements of it, investigate VPN logs. So this is actually going to be our exercises that we're going to end up doing, and familiarize ourselves with the visualizations and dashboards inside of ELK. So that's pretty much our introduction. We'll do a quick little overview here as well. And I might just kind of do this all in one timestamp section because it's very short and sweet. So we'll do a quick little overview of it as well, and then we'll go into the lab connection, and then we'll just skip to the Discover tab. Okay, so Elastic Stack was originally developed to store, search, and visualize large amounts of data. Essentially, it serves the same purpose as any SIEM tool really would. SIEM as well as kind of like an EDR, endpoint detection and response tool. And it's been used to monitor application performance, perform searches on large data sets, very much similar to what is typically done with a SIEM. The features that it has made it very popular because you can do a lot with this thing. So as the name implies, it's a stack, right? It's a collection of different open source components that work well together to collect data from any source, to store the data, to search through the data, and ultimately visualize the data, because not very many people, including myself, are fond of looking at log items, like lines of data, and then trying to decipher lines of data. It's not fun to do unless you really are like a super nerd and you actually enjoy looking at the terminal with just blank, not blank, but like black and white lines of data, and then having to decipher through it and try to make sense of it. There are parts of my life where I actually do enjoy that. I do look, it makes me feel like a hacker, it makes me feel like I know what I'm doing. But being in this world, being in the world of cybersecurity, no matter what, no matter how many softwares and tools you use, you will ultimately end up at the terminal at some point anyways. So it's not, you don't want to always be at the terminal. If you can make things easier for yourself by using a tool like Elastic Stack, then you definitely want to do that. But you can't run away from the terminal. It's impossible to escape the terminal forever. You will ultimately have to use the terminal and bash and PowerShell and the CMD and whatever it is, right? So you will always end up there at some capacity. So it's impossible to run away from it. So that, if you really want to do it, if you really geek out about it and you really like the terminal, don't fret. We're not saying that just because we're using Elastic Stack that you have to step away from that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you want to make your life easier. I promise you, especially when things are moving in a very fast-paced environment and you need to make sure that you get answers quickly and you parse through a lot of data quickly. And that's the other piece of this, is that if you were dealing with an environment that had 1,000 different endpoints, right? So 1,000 different computers, and you're looking at log items from 1,000 different computers, and you want to do it through your terminal, it's going to take you days to find that data. Even if you're extremely good at it, it will take you, let's say, a day or two to write the scripts to be able to go through the various log items and try to find the data that you're looking for. Whereas if all of those things were forwarded to a tool like Elastic Stack, then you would be able to figure it out in minutes. You would be able to parse through all of those thousands of endpoints in minutes and find the information that you're looking for. So it's a very, very drastic difference, especially when you're dealing with large environments. So Elastic Stack consists of 4 individual softwares, four individual tools. We have Elasticsearch, Logstash, Beats, and Kibana. So they call it ELK because it would be very awkward to say ELBK. That doesn't really work that well. So there are 4 different elements to it though. So the core components, right? There's a note right here. So what does it say? It says, your primary responsibility is to work with ELK to perform log analysis and investigations. You do not need to specialize in how each component behind the ELK work. However, taking a basic understanding of these components is essential. Okay, so we do again there are other videos that I've gone through to set up these individual elements. We're not going to be going through the setup of them. We're just going to be using the final element, which is Kibana, to be able to do our investigation in today's video. But there are videos that exist that allow you to set these things up, and for you to set it up all yourself. And they also have documentation as well as their own tutorials through ELK and their channels and their website that also provide a lot of good information on how to set these things up. So the first component is Elasticsearch. That is the E in ELK. So it's a full text search and analytics engine for JSON formatted documents. It stores, analyzes, and correlates data and supports a RESTful API for interacting with it. So again, correlating data, this is where the power of a SIM tool comes in. We've already discussed this in multiple videos for this section already, for this module that we're in. And so the correlation of data essentially means that the connection of data across different endpoints, right? So if one computer has 10 logs and then 10 computers have 100 logs, then something is going to take place during a hack when somebody hacks your company, that they'll jump from one computer to another computer to another computer. And so those events need to be correlated together so that you have a full picture of what that person was trying to do. Okay, so that's what that means. So Elasticsearch does the storing, analysis, and correlation of data. Logstash is data processing, and it's an engine that takes data from different sources. It filters it and normalizes it. So this is where log lines, like lines of log items that have timestamps and IP addresses and commands that were ran and all of that stuff, how all of that stuff gets normalized so that as a human, we can just be like, oh, okay, I'm just searching for IP addresses. So let me just click on the IP address button and look at all the IP addresses inside of all these log items. This is where the Logstash tool comes in and allows us to do that. So it normalizes all of that data and then it sends it to the destination, which would in this case be Kibana, or it could be a listening port that is connected to another tool. And then a logstash configuration file is divided into 3 parts. We have the input part, where the user defines the source from which the data is being ingested. So where's the data coming from? The filter part is where we specify the options to normalize the log that's ingested. So is it a VPN log? Is it in a text format? Is it in a JSON format? What is the format of it? How are we going to filter this input? And then the output is where we want to send the filtered data, right? So where are we going to send that filtered data? And it could be, again, a listening port. It could be the Kibana interface. It could be Elasticsearch database or a file. You just want to output it into a file after you filtered and formatted the raw data. You want to output it into a cleaner file. So Logstash supports input, output, and filter plugins. And this is what it looks like. So you basically can click on any of these when you're actually inside of Logstash, and you can look at different plugins. And then we have Beats. So these are host-based agents known as data shippers that ship transfer data from endpoints to Elasticsearch. So this was known as a forwarder, right? When we're dealing with Splunk, these are known as forwarders, where they actually forward the data from each one of the hosts. So there's an agent that's installed on a host, and that agent forwards the data to, let's say, Logstash, for example, right? Because the agent could be the input that is being sent into Logstash, okay? So The Elasticsearch is so the data shippers ship in data from the endpoints to Elasticsearch, and each beat is a single purpose agent that sends specific data to Elasticsearch. All available beats are shown below. So the beats family, we have the file beat, right? So shipper for logs and other data, metric beat, shipper for metric data, packet beat, shipper for network data, win log beat for Windows event logs, audit beat for shipper of audit data, heartbeat for shipper of uptime monitoring, and function beat, which is serverless shipper for cloud data. So these are the various types of beats that can be used as agents to forward data. And finally, we have Kibana, which is the web-based data visualization tool that works with Elasticsearch, investigate and visualize data streams in real time. It allows us to create multiple visualizations and dashboards for better visibility. And there is more on Kibana in the following tasks that we're going to be talking about in this video today. So we're going to be mostly using Kibana. It's just that you need to know how the data is fed into Kibana so that we can do our investigation, right? And to try to find the data that we're looking for and do our analysis and incident response, etc. So the way that these things work together, beats, right, the agents from the endpoints, they collect the data, and for WinLog beat as an example, which collects Windows event logs, and a packet beat, which collects network traffic logs. So those are, in this case, two different beats that are forwarding data. Logstash collects that data from the ports, files, etc., and then it parses and normalizes it into field value pairs and stores them into Elasticsearch. For example, a field value pair would be source IP addresses equal all these different values that I have found for IP addresses. And then we have Elasticsearch, which acts as the database that's used to search and analyze the data. And Kibana is responsible for displaying and visualizing the data that is stored in Elasticsearch. The data in Elasticsearch can easily be shaped into different visualizations, time charts, infographics, and all those things using the Kibana interface. So this is what the visual itself looks like. Beats, logstash, Elasticsearch. So it goes from beats to logstash to Elasticsearch. And then between Elasticsearch and data and Kibana is where the interaction is done. Because when we use the KQL, the Kibana query language, we're using it to interact with the Elasticsearch portion of this. And then Kibana visualizes that search data onto our screen. So logstash is used to visualize the data. The answer to that is what? No, because logstash is where it actually gets and ingests the data. So that would be a nay. Elasticstash supports all data formats apart from JSON, Elasticstash supports all data apart from JSON. That's all. I want to say no because it should also support JSON. Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. All right, so I'm going to do the lab connection real quick. We're not going to talk about this at all, but essentially it's just you click the machine and they generate the IP address for you for which that you can actually use Elasticstash. So I'm just going to go through that, make sure that it's up, and then we'll go into the Discover tab. Quick little note on this, the analyst username actually is case sensitive. So if you use a lowercase a for analyst, it won't work. That was something that I just learned the hard way. Interestingly enough, usernames usually are not case sensitive, but in this particular case, it is. So, all right, let's talk about the Discover tab. All right, from this moment on, we're going to be using the front end interface, which is essentially Kibana, right? And so the Discover tab is where we look at all of the data that is being ingested from our various indices or the sources of data. And in the Discover tab, we're going to be looking at the main features that we will end up using and operating with. And then as discussed already, Kibana is the component of this. So this is what the Discover tab looks like. When you actually click on the Discover tab, it'll load this for you. And we're going to go through each one of these numbered items right here. But it's very similar to what you would see with Splunk. If you've gone through the Splunk video already, this should feel similar to what we saw over there, right? So you have the field value pairs on the left side, or at least all of the available fields that we have. And if you click on each one of these, it'll show you a series of options available. We have the source, which is the VPN connections. That's where it's all coming from. We have the search bar right here. We have the time and the date portion right here where we can zoom in on specific chunks of data between different time sets. We have the open or the overhead menu bar at the very top. We have the actual data and the information that's down here. the timeline of the data that's been visualized for us to show from what date to what date the surge of traffic that took place. And just looking at this visualization, we can see on this particular day there was a spike in traffic. So we can, potentially, depending on the type of investigation that we're doing, that could be useful to us. Shows us that there's 2861 hits, etc., etc. One of the things that is available inside of Kibana that was not available inside of Splunk, or at least I couldn't find it, is this obvious button right here that is the add filter button. And this is actually very handy inside of Kibana, and it was something that I was looking for when I was doing the Splunk video, and I couldn't find it because I thought that Splunk would also have this functionality, being that it's such an expensive software, but it doesn't. And this specific piece right here is super handy. As we go through the rest of the video, you'll see how it works, and then it just becomes a very, 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 very useful piece of this overall tool. So instead of doing the individual reading of what they actually are, which is basically what I just did for you anyways, we're going to look at the individual elements with their descriptions and their screenshots as well. So the index pattern specifically. This is what is required to access the data that's stored and ingested inside of Elasticsearch. So this tells Kibana which Elasticsearch data we want to explore, and it corresponds to different or certain defined properties of the fields. So a selected index pattern can point to multiple indices. Each log source has different log structure. So when the logs are ingested into Elasticsearch, they're first normalized into corresponding fields and values, and then the dedicated index pattern is attached to that data source. So in our specific lab that we're going to be using, we're going to be looking at VPN connections. That's the index pattern, which contains VPN logs. And this is how you click on it. So literally very similar to what we just saw right here, this piece, when you click on that, if there are other indices, if there are other sets of data that have been fed into it, you would get that available to you. In this particular case, there's the sample logs when you click on it, and then there's VPN connections. So those are the only two things that are available, and we don't need to look at sample logs. We're just going to be looking at VPN connections. Then we have the fields pane. So this is the left side bar menu that we see right here. And so the fields pane, I don't even need to read through that really, shows you the names of the various fields, and at the very beginning it'll just show you the ones that are already selected, and then if you click on any of them, it'll open up this little pop-up that shows you the top 5 values, and then we can even try to look at the rest of those things. When we click on these 500 out of 500 records, etc., when we click on that, it'll show us everything else, not just the top 5 values. And then the same thing for username, source country, etc. These are the ones that are selected, right? And then underneath that is what's available to us. And so when you hover, you see how they've hovered over this, and there's an X button right here. When you click on that, it'll remove it from the data that's being displayed onto our section right here, this view right here. So in this case, they have source country, source IP, source state, and username, or excuse me, it doesn't even show me what they've selected, but we can see, because these are all the available ones. What we can see is that time is shown, document is shown, and that's basically it. So if we did source, if for example, source country was selected, there would be another column here that would show the source country from everything. And then when you unselect it, when you click that X button, that column goes away. And so the same thing applies to all of these other things. Every single one of them that are under the available, when you hover over it, there will be a plus sign. We see that right here, right here. So clicking on that plus sign would add the filter to the logs containing its value, and then the minus will add a filter to show the results that do not have this value. This is for, actually, I'm sorry, I think this is for the filtration part of it. It's not necessarily the fields pane, because we're not using a minus sign to add a filter that don't have that value. So if you wanted to add it to your view, there would be a plus sign and there would be an X. And then if you want to create a filter for them, we would do the same thing in a similar manner. So this is what happens when you actually add filter. There we go. So they have this for us. So now we can see that the add filter will show, and this is again why it's so handy, because instead of creating this complex query at the top in the search bar, you can just add a filter. And in this case, they have one of the filters that's source IP. So the first one that they added was a source IP as an added filter. and then they said that I want to see everything from this one particular source ID. So the source IP is, and then they give it a field. There we go. So now it takes 2,900 items and it turns it into 96 items. And then from there, you can add a second filter that it says, you know, I want from all of the locations. So source, what is it? Source state, I guess is what they're choosing. Source state is not Alberta or whatever. So it says, I want everything from this IP that is not in New York. And then it will now narrow it down even more. So these filters are extremely useful. And notice that they have not even begun to craft a query up here yet. They're just adding a couple of filters to hone in on the events they want to look at. The time filter is pretty self-explanatory. We just want to see data from certain times to certain times. You can do the same day between different times themselves, or you can do between two different dates. Timeline is what we see right here, which shows us the volume of the data as a quick little visual of what happened during what day and during what chunks of time. And then we can create a table, which is what we see right here. So these things, this main portion of the data that you're looking at, is what can be viewed as a table as well. So you can actually open up individual events right here. This is what they've done. So they open up the event, and then from there, they have added each one of the specific items to the filters for the table on the left-hand side. This is what they're doing when they hover over this toggle column and table. You see they're adding these individual columns, or these fields of data, I should say, in the table. And then when you actually finally look at the table, that's when those columns of data present themselves. So we're going to wait just a quick second because they did show that element of it. So he's still adding these various fields, and then there we go. So this is the table, right? And then now you can move the data, the columns themselves back and forth. This is the actual table showing you all the clean data. You see how this is not necessarily clean data. The table itself shows the clean data. So now what we're going to do is we're going to actually use this information inside of our little investigation. Now I have to actually zoom out because right here, this thing is super zoomed in. So I need to zoom out a little bit more to make it viewable for us. And then we're going to open this up. So there we go. This is where we land for our dashboard here. If I click on analytics, it shows me the dashboard, discover, canvas, and maps. If I click on discover, it'll take me to the discover filter, or the discover page, I should say. We can also end up on the discover page by clicking on this little hamburger menu on the left-hand side, and then just automatically clicking discover. This would also be available from the home page that we just landed on. So this is how we end up on discover. Now notice there is nothing here, okay? We are in the right index. We do have the VPN connections index, but there's nothing here. The issue is it's because it's looking at data for the last 15 minutes, and I don't want that. So just to make life easier for us, I'm just going to go ahead and do an expansion of this. And instead of doing from 15 minutes ago, I wonder if I can do all time. It doesn't show me all time, so I can do 15 years ago and update it, and it should show me everything. So there we go. So 15 years ago, it shows me all of the data, and we have a total of 2,861 hits. It's not really as useful because we can see right here that, you know, there's the majority, if not all of the data is between, let me zoom in here. We have, you know, December 29, 2021 and January 28th, 2022. That's basically all of the data. So I don't even need to do the last 15 years, but that's a very quick way of being like, okay, well, let me see everything that I can possibly see here. So the question says, what is the search the VPN after December 31st of 2021 to January or to February 22, which is if I went and did that, right? So you can actually go ahead and do that here. You could actually do show dates and then click on the from portion and say absolute, and then give it that specific date that they gave us. And then from this would also turn into absolute and then give it that specific data that they told us. But I don't need to really do that because literally I can just click on from, I can do relative, and then I can do 15 years ago, and then from here, a few seconds ago, and there we go. Now we have all of the data. So 2861 is the actual total number here. There we go. All right. which IP address has the maximum number of connections. So there's another one that's like really easy to do. So we're going to go over here and we're going to go to IP, or I guess we can do source IP. And is there a destination IP? There is no destination IP. So source IP is the only one. So we click on it and then we see the maximum number. So the top 5 values, that's the one that we're looking for. So the number 1 is that one. So that's the answer. Now, which user is responsible for the overall maximum traffic? So here's what we're going to do here. So over here, instead of looking at all of the IPs, we're going to look at all of the usernames and the top 5. So the one with the most traffic is the James user. So we're just going to go ahead and type out James. Now, apply a filter on the username Amanda. And which source IP has the max hits? So now we're going to do this. So we're going to go here. We're going to click on the plus sign. And this is going to end up being the filter. So we're going to say for the Amanda user, I want that to be a filter. And then up here, I should see, where is it? I should see that. There we go. Oh, it's already there. Perfect. So the filter has been added. The username is Amanda. So let's zoom out so we can see this. If we edit the filter, it says the username field is Amanda. So perfect. So now we have a filter, 56 hits just for Amanda. And the question itself is asking which source IP has the max hits for Amanda. So now we can go back down here to the source IP, click on that. And so this is the source IP that has most hits for Amanda. It's by a small margin. It's 53% versus 46%. So there we go. That's the max hits for Amanda. Now on January 11th, which IP caused the spike that's observed in the time chart? So now we can zoom in a little bit on the actual date. So I can do this. I can remove the filter that I have here. And instead of going and changing this piece right here, I can go to the event time portion and I can look at January 11th, right? So what I can do, since I can't look at it from the top 5 right here, I could technically click on this exists on 500 records and see if I can see anything. Or well, actually, event time exists is the only filter that's added right there, so that won't work. So I'll do add filter. We'll go here and we'll find the event time, right? So event time, there's time stamp, which I don't want specifically. Event time is useful. And then I also have, that's it. That's basically the only relevant thing. So we'll do event time. And then we're going to say event time is, and then we're going to give it a value. Now in this case, I want to say that I can just give it January like that, 11. Can we do that? So January 11, what is it? 2022, I guess. So January 11, 2022. Let's see if that brings us the data we're looking for. It does not. Okay, so that's not going to work. I wanted to try it out as a filter. So now I'm just going to go here because this is the easiest way to do it. So we'll do absolute. We're going to go to 2022, which is the date specifically. So let's go and try to find 2022. Okay, so this is what I did. I just changed it because I couldn't hone in specifically on January 11th from the morning to the evening. So I stand corrected on that. But I did select the date range to look from December 1st, 2021, from 000, from the very earliest part of the day, to January 31st, 2022, to the latest part of the day. And so when I click update on this thing, whoops, I clicked the wrong button. So if I click update, then it still gives us the 2861 hits. And now our days are a little bit more easy to click on. So now I can actually click on this for the January 11th of 2022. And it'll actually hone in on that specific day. It only shows me data from that day. So perfect. So now we have 283 hits assigned to that day. And so what we're looking for, I'm super zoomed in on the screen now. Let's see if we can adjust it. Okay, perfect. So what we're looking for is which IP caused this spike that's observed in this chart. So now we're going to look at same thing. We're going to look at the source IP, but now we're only looking at the stuff from this day, and very obviously 97.2% of the traffic is from this IP address. So that's it. That's all we need to do relatively quickly and easily. And there we go. All right, so how many connections were observed from this IP excluding the New York State? It doesn't say which date range, so I'm just going to go ahead and expand our date range again to include from December of 2021. And so you can see how if the dates don't make sense, because December 2022, from December 22 to January 22 doesn't make sense. So we're going to do from December 2021, we'll do the 1st of December, and then we're going to go to January 31st of 2022, and we're just going to do it at the end of the day. And we should be able to get the first, 2861, perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take the source IP, we're going to select the one that they're talking about, 231.224, which is this one. We're going to add that as a filter, perfect. And then we're going to go to add filter, and it's going to say how many excluding New York. So from that IP, and then the state that we're looking for right here is not, this is what they did in the example anyways, and the state is not New York. There we go. And save that. So now we have 48 hits. Perfect. So there we go. 48 hits. And that's it. So create a table with the fields IP, username, source country, and save it. So let's go down here. We can just go to any of these really. So expand any of these, right? And then if we go next to any of them, we'll see that there's a button right here where it says toggle column in table. Okay. I can also go over here, and next to this, if I right click this, let's see if it allows us to do it. If I do that, I want to say that this is also included in the table. I think that's what that does. So if we go over here and narrow this down, we'll see that we have the source IP. So I believe that's done the same way. So if I remove it, then it resets everything. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. So now we actually know that we can do it in both ways. So we can actually just go to source IP, click save right there, or click the plus button, and now we have it in our table. So IP, username, and source country. So we're going to go to IP, and we're going to have username down here, and then source country. There we go, and now we have our table. There we go. So it says time, source IP here, username, and source country, and that's it. That's all I got. And I can click save, and now save the search, right? So we'll just do first search. That will be my first save here. There you go. That's my first saved search. Actually, so let me remove the source IP. Let me remove New York, and let's save that one more time. And I'm going to save it as first search again. So there we go. This is our table officially, is this thing right here, because I still want to see all of the events. But all right, that's pretty much it. So now let's go to the KQL language. KQL, the structured query language for Kibana, is essentially what we type into the search bar at the very, very top. You have to actually select KQL as one of the options. If you don't, I believe the default is Lucene, is the other language that's available. So what we want is KQL. We can search for logs in two different ways: free text search or field-based search. So the free text search, you can literally just search in, for example, the United States, and it'll look for anything that matches United States, right? Or you can drop in an IP address and it'll look for anything that matches that IP address. Something like a term called security will return all the documents that contain that term. So it's very, very simple and very easy to use in that regard. But then you can also do the field match itself, right? This is an example of what won't work. So if you search for the term United, it won't search any results, especially if it's inside of quotations, right? Meaning that it's looking for that word specifically, so it won't show anything for United because it looks for the whole term or the word in that document. It allows us the wildcard option. So if you do United, now notice again, United in this case is not in quotations. Let me zoom out and I'll zoom in like this. In this case, United is not in quotations, and it's United with the asterisk, which is a wildcard character. So it'll show you United Kingdom, United States, right? United Arab Emirates, whatever it is. It'll show anything that starts with United, and then it could have anything behind it. So that's one of the very United Nations as well, United Kingdom, etc., etc. So it'll show you anything that starts with the word United, and then it could have whatever else after. Then we have the logical operators that can go into it. So things like and, or, and not, right? So it allows us to use these as operators, meaning you can do United States and Virginia. So I want to see anything that has to do with these two together, right? So both of them have to equal true, essentially. So when you search for something, if the response from the system is true, that means there are results. If the response from the system is false, that means there are no results. So if you did United States just by itself, if there were any kind of results that would display on the screen, that means that there was a response of true. Yes, that's a true query, or the response to this query is true. I believe we call this a Boolean, if I'm not mistaken, in coding language. What is a Boolean? Let me see if I got that in coding. I think it is the true or false, right? Yes, that is it, exactly. So perfect. I'm glad I remembered that that part. It's been a while since I've done the educational elements of coding, so I didn't remember what was what. But Boolean values are exactly what we're looking for. So Boolean values is what this is in this case. So when you say United States and Virginia, both of them have to equal true. So there has to be United States, and inside of that, there also has to be Virginia. If there is no search for Virginia, if there are no search results that have Virginia in it, then it doesn't equate to true. This whole thing will end up being false if one of these is incorrect, right? If one of them returns false, then the whole thing will be false. Now, if you did United States or Virginia, then it will show you either or. If it has United States in it, or if it has Virginia in it, it'll show you. So if Virginia doesn't exist, then it'll just show you everything for United States. You see? This is where this element comes in. So United States or England in this particular case. Well, we want to see anything that has to do with either one. So the search results will be a much larger number when you use or, compared to when you use and. When you use and, the search results will become significantly smaller because both of them have to equal true. When you do or, we have 2,400 hits right here that were returned to us. So it's showing us everything from either United States or England. Then there's the not operator, right? So you would say United States and not Florida. So show me every state that is not Florida, essentially. So it'll show you everything that went in the United States that is not Florida in there, right? And so this is what the query itself looks like as well. So this was all text-based search. Then we have the field-based search. So this is the field value pairs that we were talking about. This is also known as key value pairs in coding, where the field itself will be the key, and then whatever you give after the colon right here will end up being the value for which you are searching. So in this case, the source IP is the field or the key, and then the IP address itself is the value, and the username is the key or the field, and the value would be Solomon. So both of these have to equal to true, otherwise we won't get anything. And if you can imagine, it will be a small number of results that are presented because both of them have to equal to true. If it said source IP is this or username is Solomon, obviously it would be either or of those need to be true, and then we would get a bunch of responses. So we're telling Kibana to display the logs in which the source IP field contains this value and the username field contains Solomon, which will what you see right here. So it takes it from 2800 to 96 just for the source IP. And then when we add the value of the username and Solomon just being added as that query, I'm guessing it'll be much smaller than 96. So let's see what the username is going to be. Let's go Solomon and 48 hits. So there you go. So we're going to now try to play around with this. So create a search query that filters the logs where source country is the United States and shows logs from the user James or Albert. How many were returned? So now I got to zoom back out just to make it legible for us to use this. So we're going to go here, right? So we're going to type in source. Very easy, right? So I can do source and then I can do country. I could also probably just do this as a field-based thing. So this is what's really nice about this is that if the source country or the field that you're looking for exists, it'll show you all of the potential values here. So we're going to just select United States. So there we go. There's that. And then we can do, look, it gives you arguments as well. So now I can do and, right? And then I can, because I'm searching for two different fields here, two different usernames, I'm going to create a parentheses, and then it'll also create a close parentheses for me. And then from here we can do user. So we'll do username, and then we'll do our colon, and then so who are we looking for? We're looking for James or Albert. So we're gonna go right here, and I can literally just do Albert right there, and then I can even go or, and then do another one, and we'll do James as another one, and press enter. And there we go, 161 hits where we have Albert or James, and they're both from the United States. So 161 would be the answer. Now it says a user Johnny Brown was terminated on January 1st of 2022. Create a search query to determine how many times a VPN connection was observed after his termination. Okay, so we're looking for Johnny Brown. Okay, so username, I'm just going to change this piece right here to just read Johnny Brown. So let's do, there he is, Johnny, no, just one N. So Johnny Brown is the username. I'm going to remove the source country portion, and it doesn't matter if it's inside parentheses. I could just press enter and it'll show me everything for Johnny Brown. It just says one hit, so I wonder if that is correct here. So one hit on January 7th, but he was fired on, what is it, January 1st, right? So if I go to my fields right here, it actually shows me everything between December and January 1st. So I guess one would be the thing. I'm wondering maybe this is the issue. So if I go here and just remove the username part and remove that closing parentheses as well, and let's see what we get for this. It's still one hit. So is it just one? Oh, it is just one. Okay, cool. So they were terminated on January 1st, and after January 1st, I guess he tried to log in one time, and specifically it was on January 7th that he tried to log in. Okay, interesting. All right, so that's pretty much it for the query language. There's a lot that you can do with this, and this is really what the key thing was for me when I was learning these tools, is just knowing what the parameters are, what the fields or the keys are. So if you know what the keys are, right, then you can search for anything. So company, for example, I could create a search that says company, and it's pre-filled for me, because even if I just did C, it'll give me anything that has the letter C in it. So if I do CO, it'll bring me all of that, and then it'll give me COM, and now we have company. So there you go. Now we can do the semicolon, or the colon, excuse me. So I can do colon, and then it would give me whatever it would be after the fact, right? There you go, right? That's it. And then it gives you whatever the fields might be potentially. So Cyber T would be, I guess, the company, the only company that really exists. So if I update this, it'll show me 2,861, because it's from, all of this is from the same company, obviously. If you were managing an organization that was like a parent organization, for example, what can I think of? Let's say Zions. So Zions Bancorp, which is a parent company inside of the United States, and Zions Bancorp owns a bunch of individual banks. So if you did, and if you're the manager, if you're like the cybersecurity person for Zions Bancorp, and you know that Zions Bancorp has the Bank of Arizona, and they have Amegy, and they have Vectra, Nevada State Bank, and all of these things. So when you look at that, you're like, okay, well, I'm looking at the logs from everything inside of Zions Bancorp, and I need to hone in on one bank, so California Bank and Trust. So I'm going to do company, and then I'll do California Bank and Trust, so that I can really hone in on that one company, right? And then from there, you can also go look at these other things. So if I click on action, for example, tear down or build could be something that I could look for. If I look for ports are very, very big. Port 443 would be the main port, because we're looking at VPN logs. So obviously it would be through an encrypted port that would be connecting to the internet. So that would be the VPN logs, and that would be on port 443. Protocol TCP, because port 443 runs on TCP. So this one's kind of like very easy because we're just looking at VPN logs. But if you're looking at a really, really large set of logs, then protocol could be TCP, UDP, it could be HTTP, it could be a bunch of different things. The port numbers could be a bunch of different port numbers, right? Source states, in this particular case, we actually do have a variety of states, so we could do this, right? So we could say company, and then we can go here, and then we can say and, right? And then we can go into source, and then it'll give us source country, IP state. We'll do source state. And interestingly enough, it doesn't have to be case sensitive because it can literally show up with either one. So source state, and then now I have a bunch of different ones. So I can do Alberta and press enter. And then now I've narrowed it down. So this was the key thing for me to learn when it came down to these searches. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, that's pretty simple, you are absolutely right. It's as simple as this to be able to search through log items and to become a junior analyst for a company. Like if you learn how to do stuff like this, it's actually a really, really powerful skill set, because as a security operations center analyst, this is what you're going to be doing. Basically, you're going to need to narrow in on certain things and try to find out what certain things happen. The reason why I like Elastic so much is because it actually has this option for the filter, which means I can go ahead and I can narrow all of this down even more. And I can say, okay, if I added the filter and I'm looking for a user, right? So let's say, do we have the username? Yeah, we go. Username is, right? And then I'm going to look for the username, I don't know, Anita, right? And then just establish that. And then there we go. Now there's nothing for Anita that came in. Okay, great. So Anita doesn't work in Alberta, I guess, or she never connected to anything in Alberta. So I can go and do Anderson. Let's see if Anderson is in Alberta. Anderson is also not in Alberta. So, but you can see how like easily this can be adjusted, right? It's very, 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 very handy. So this is one of the main reasons why I like Elastic Stack and Kibana over Splunk. Splunk is amazing. I'm not in any way taking anything away from Splunk, but I really love Elastic Stack specifically for this filter. Now what happens is that it's a little bit more complicated to set up than Splunk, because it has those moving parts like the Elasticsearch and the Logstash and all those things. But apart from that, it's actually really, really handy. So let's talk about creating visualizations. Visualizations are where these tools shine the most. So seeing things like a pie chart or some kind of a graph or something like that from all of the data that you're looking at is one of the most powerful portions of this, because in one shot, without you having to parse through all of the various log items, in one shot you get to get a full picture of what is going on for the specific investigation that you're going through, right? So there are a few different visualizations that we can do. So this is the kind of the best way that we can look at this. So let me kind of zoom out of this real quick just so you can see the full picture of this. But essentially, let me see, there we go. Okay, cool. So they're creating a lens visualization. IP address count is the title, nothing else. And then so they created the visualization, and then now it brings us to the visualization screen, and we can add filters to it, right? We can choose these various fields that we're going to use, and so drop it in there. And then there's just the options below it to actually show you the visualizations. And then on each one of these fields, you can also just click visualize, and you'll be able to see the visualizations for all of that. So for example, source IP. These are the visualizations that you see for source IP. And then you can click this option at the very top to see the other types of visualizations. You can look at the maximum number of values. So instead of it showing you the top 5, it'll show you the top 10. You can choose the top 100. You can choose descending or ascending as far as the volume itself is concerned. And there's a lot of really good options to be able to do that. And then you can save your visualizations. So in this particular case, he's saving the visualization as the IP address count, and they can't spell count. Apparently, it's very, very difficult for them. So there you go. Very, very simple stuff, like really, really easy stuff, right? That's what they saved it as. I think when I started the explanation of this, I had walked in at the end of that where he was saving it. But very, very easy to do and very intuitive to be able to do this. You can do this on pretty much every single SIM tool. So this is not just exclusive to Splunk, but you can do this for pretty much everything. So a very, very handy and very, very useful resource is the visualization. Then there's the correlation option within visualization. So we require creating correlations between multiple fields. Tracking the required field in the middle will create a correlation tab in the visualization tab. So in this case, they had just dragged in the source IP, but you can do source IP and then you can do username, right? And then now you have a correlation. So in this case, we have source country as a second field to show a correlation among the client's source IP addresses. So now we can see that the IP addresses are available here, and then we actually have the countries that are also available. So the majority of these, for whatever the other IP addresses are right here, is the United States. And then for the blue IP, the one right here, so the 172.201 was, most of it was done in Canada. And then for 238.163, most of it was in the United States, etc. So you can see how useful that can be as well. And you can create a table showing the values of the selected fields as columns, which is what is available here. So top values of the source IP, top values of the source country, and then the count of those records is available here as well. So the most important step in creating these visualizations is saving them. So you just want to click the save to make sure that you actually save it for future use, because you will most likely have to refer to those searches again and again, especially if you've been assigned a certain task to keep track of a certain set of IDs, or a certain set of activities, I should say. So the failed connection attempt via visualization. So we're going to create one of these things to show the user and IP addresses involved in failed attempts. Now this is, I think I kind of missed the entry point of this, but so we're on the VPN connections, we're looking at visualization library. The filter that they added was action failed, and then they added the username in the middle, and then they will add the source IP in the middle. The action being failed is the key piece right there. So we see 274 counts for Simon and this IP address, both of them having to be matched. And then the display name that they created, which isn't really that big of a deal. You can do anything for that display name, and then you can save it. Really, that's it. That's pretty much it. So which user was observed with the greatest number of failed attempts? So let's go ahead and make this happen. So let me go back here and let me zoom back out so we can see that easily. And so now we're going to go and do some visualizations here. So we're going to just click on visualize. So this right here is just an option that we can go to here very, very easily. And we can just go to the visualize library, and the visualize library. Oh, this is actually the visualizations that we already have. So I can just create visualization from the very top right here. And I'm going to do a creation of a lens, which means we're just going to kind of zoom in on certain types of activities. And we are still in our VPN connections index. So we're looking for failed attempts. So we're going to do the action first for the filter. And again, this is one of the reasons why I think this is such a cool tool. So we'll do action, and the action is, and then from the actions, we're going to do failed, and we're going to save it. So now, from all of the stuff that we have, we're looking for which user with the greatest number of failed attempts. So we're just going to go ahead and drag the username in here. And now we can see that the number of failed attempts by username. So let's click on this. Simon has the biggest number of failed attempts. That's kind of interesting that that's like the only user that shows up. So Simon. Now, how many wrong VPN connection attempts were observed in January? So we'll do Simon, and I guess it's still the same thing. So it would be the failed number of VPN connections. But specifically what we're trying to do now is we're trying to narrow it down by the date and time. So I'm just going to drag event time on here as well. So we'll be able to see hopefully both of those. So current visualization is the number of things. So let me see if I can get an extra field in here. Okay, perfect. So that actually worked as well. I just had to try it a second time. So now we have basically everything that's showing us for Simon as a failed attempt. So let's see what we can do for the types of options, I guess 274 counts. And the date on this is January 11th. So 274 would be the date or the number of counts for Simon. There's only one really. So there's really nothing else that we can do. Vertical bar is available. What else can I do here? Can I do an area? Does area show me anything exciting? It doesn't. So let's see if we can do some other kind of thing. Let's do donut Simon and 274. Does it show me the date though? I want to know the date because I did have the date and time that's dragged onto it. So I think that was the one that was the most interesting to us, but it didn't really show us all of it, which is interesting because I do have the username on here. Anyways, we got the answers that we were looking for. You can definitely mess around with that and try to find different options for yourself as well. And I will go ahead and save this just in case. So I am curious about being able to look at this in our different elements. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we have count of records. The number would be on the left-hand side, the count of records. The name of the person is what I'm interested in, which is not showing me again. So maybe if I drop this here one more time, will it show me there we go. So there is the value for Simon's username. So now we have the count of records and we have the value. So maybe if we did this for a different type of thing now, will it still show? There you go, Simon. But it doesn't show me the date now, which is, I guess it won't work in this particular case, but when we do a vertical graph of this, it's perfect. It has the number of records right here. It has the name of the person. Let's try to do date one more time on this to see if we can actually get that in here as well. There we go. So number of records. Now we have Simon on the right-hand side. I think every single time that I change it, so maybe if I change it on the right-hand side, it might be different. So if I do... for this specific visualization, I think the only type of thing that does work maybe is these types of graphs. So if I do a line graph, it should still show me all the data stays the same. Let's try it one more time for the donut, and it shows me Simon. It doesn't show me the date, so let's drag event time on here. It won't show it in this particular. So I think there's specific types of graphs that actually are unique to the types of data that we're looking for. Maybe that's what it is. But in either case, we were able to figure it out. So I'm now going to go ahead and save this thing, right? So we'll go ahead and save this, and we're saving it as failed logins, and there's no existing dashboard that's been assigned. We're going to create a dashboard in just a couple of seconds. But there we go. So now we have our failed logins search. So now let's create a dashboard. The power of dashboards is when you have multiple lenses or multiple visualizations and you want to be able to see everything on the same screen. So this, again, will depend on your job function. It'll depend on what it is that you're actually going to be responsible for, and to try to make your life a little bit easier so that every time that you log in, every day that you come to work, when you log in and you go into your specific interface for your username on Splunk or on Kibana, when you load your user profile inside of Kibana, your dashboard will be the first thing that you see, and then you'll get a quick one-shot view of all of the activity that you're responsible for, right? So let's say failed login attempts, that will be one graph that you'll have. And then you'll have, VPN attempts by time or something, or I don't know what it would be, but there would be various correlated data sets that you would need to analyze really quick in one shot to try to see what it is that you need to pay attention to that morning and try to resolve for the rest of the day, etc. So you can create multiple dashboards to fulfill specific needs where you're combining different saved searches and visualizations to create a custom dashboard. So we have a few searches that we've saved so far, so from the Discover tab and the visualizations. And now we're going to create some dashboards. So we're going to go to the Dashboard tab, create a dashboard, and then add from library, and then add visualizations, right, and the saved searches. And then once the items are added, adjust them accordingly as shown below. Don't forget to save the dashboard after completing it. And there's no answer that we need to kind of fill in here. But it is something that I just want to show you that you can do. And I mean, the instructions are so intuitive, so it's not really hard to do. But we can just go ahead and do that really quick anyway. So as always, we can just start from this hamburger menu, and then we can go down here, click on dashboard. We don't have any dashboards. I have already saved this, so I'm just going to move on, and I'm going to click on create a new dashboard. And then from here, I can add from library right there. And then I have the failed logins. I have the first search. So I'll do first search. There's that. And then I'll also do failed logins. And that's there as well. So now I should have 2 items on my dashboard. There we go. So now I have the first search one, which is kind of silly. I should have named it something different probably. But this was the first one, right? So we have the source IP, username, and country, 2,861 items that were inside of our log. And then we have the failed logins that show up here as well. And then you can just create more from the visualizations and then just add them to your dashboard. It's really, really intuitive, and it's very easy to do. And then once you've done this, of course, you want to just click save so that you can save your dashboard. And that's pretty much it. It's these things are really, they just get me excited when I find out how easy they are to use, right? And how intuitive they are and how easy they make our lives as security folks. And for security analysis and SOC analysis and things like that, this is your best friend. So I'm going to talk about all of this, in the conclusion, basically. So yeah, that's what this stuff is made for, is to make your life easier. And when you learn how to use them and when you practice with them, and again, this is one of those questions that comes up so frequently where people ask me, hey, I'm trying to get a job in cybersecurity as an intro role or whatever. What should I be doing? And the answer is you should be downloading Elastic Stack. You should be downloading whatever tool it is that you think you're going to end up using. And the best way to do that is to go to a job that you're interested in applying for, find out what tools they use, because they list it that you need to be proficient in this, this, and this. So you find out what tools they use, and then from there, you just go ahead and download it and practice with it. Or go look at some tutorials on YouTube, like what you're looking at right here, and then practice with it. It's one thing to read, or it's one thing to watch a video. It's a whole other thing to actually start using the tool. And that's the big thing that I want to tell you. So if you're interested in actually doing this for work, then download the tools and install them on your computer and learn how to configure them and learn how to customize them and use them so that you can legitimately, genuinely say, I'm proficient at this tool. I know how to create dashboards. I know how to create visualizations. I know how to use the structured query language that's available for Kibana or for Splunk or something like that. And then just prove that you know how to do the work, instead of just saying that, I've studied this or I have a certification in this. It's like, show them that you can actually do the work. And that part is the most important part of any job that you would be doing in cybersecurity. So hopefully this video served useful to you in that specific goal and that regard. If you found this video useful, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. There's a bunch of stuff already on the channel, so go ahead and check all that stuff out. There's a bunch of playlists, and there's a bunch of content still coming out and going out. So drop a comment if you have any questions or comments, or if you have a request for content, and all of those things will be added to the pipeline of content that I'll be making for you. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So hopefully you found this value useful. And if you have any comments, drop them in the comment section. If not, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, make sure you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. Today we're going to talk about something called the SOAR, and this stands for Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Okay, a SOAR is essentially the next step to a SIEM. The SIEM was the Security Information Event Management tool, and so it helps us to organize everything that's going on inside of our network, inside of our company's ecosystem, and respond to what things would be if they were, suspicious or if they were concerning, and it would raise alerts, etc. But we would have to respond to them. The analyst has to be the one that responds to them. Now, the SOAR, the job of the SOAR is to integrate with the SIEM and to help the job of the security analyst, or make the job of the security analyst a little bit easier. And as the name implies, it helps us orchestrate our security posture. It helps us automate and respond accordingly. So automate our responses, so to speak. And it does this in a variety of different ways. There are things called playbooks or workbooks that we can use to configure our SOAR tools so that it knows how to respond to certain types of situations. And you can literally say, if this happens, I want you to do this. If you get a surge of traffic that comes in via this port, I want you to block it and then do this, this, and this, and then report to me. So it actually blocks things in real time. It reacts to things in real time automatically, and then it lets us know what it did, and then we can investigate further. So it is meant to help in very large environments, especially when you work for a very large company, a Microsoft and Apple, Coca-Cola, like really giant companies that have thousands and thousands and thousands of employees. It helps in those environments because if you can imagine, there are a lot of different alerts, like probably hundreds, if not thousands of alerts that come through every single day. And even for the best security team, it can be overwhelming and it can be time consuming. So a lot of those things, we would need the help of a SOAR tool to help us automate our response to them. So very, very powerful series of tools. This is actually one of the newer rooms that has been launched inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway, the new SOC Level 1 pathway. So we do have the legacy version that we did. There's an entire playlist that's dedicated to it. But now there's a SOC Level 1 2025-2026 playlist that I generated, and inside of that we're covering everything that we had, all the updates to it, as well as the new rooms that have been launched by TryHackMe as well. And so this is a part of the SOC Level 1 pathway, the new SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is the last room, the last section of the Core SOC Solutions. So after this one, we're going to go into the next module. And before we go to the next module, you'll probably end up getting a compilation video. I always do a compilation video of each module. And then after that, then you'll get the video for the next module. So hopefully you will get a lot of value out of it and you actually find SOARs useful, because I really personally like them. So we have the introduction, traditional SOC challenges, and overcoming SOC challenges with the SOAR, building the SOAR playbooks, and then we actually have a practical exercise as well that we're going to end up doing, and then we have our conclusion, and you'll be dismissed for today. The timestamps of these are going to be included in the description below, so if you want to jump around or rewatch something, you can do that very easily, and that is pretty much it. So you're going to get a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and then we're going to dive into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, just to give you a quick intro, if you have not watched any of the other videos that we've done on SOC 1 or security operations in general, you know, or you should know, I should say, if you have not watched them, then you should know that security operations teams deal with a lot of stuff. And to deal with those things, they have to use a lot of different tools. Now, if you have watched the other videos, you know what those tools are. But real quick, there's something called a SIM, a security information and event management tool. And then there's something called endpoint detection and response. And then we have firewalls, and then we have threat intelligence, and then we have antivirus, and then we have intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems. There are a lot of different things that we can do. And then you go into incident response and digital forensics, and there are so many things that are a part of security operations. And then we also communicate with the IT and management team as a part of our process. But as threats grow and they become more complex and they become more advanced, we face challenges like alert fatigue, which means you get so many freaking alerts that you just get overwhelmed by them and you almost become numb to them. You don't even consider them to be as big of a deal anymore because they happen so frequently. You get tired by them, which is the phrase fatigue, where that comes in. And then there are too many manual processes that you have to do, too many things that you have to go through as a human being individually, one by one, too many disconnected tools and difficulties in communication among all of the teams that have to manage those tools. So as you can imagine, without the appropriate setup and without the appropriate infrastructure, just this by itself can be exhausting. It can be a grueling experience and overwhelming even for the strongest of security analysts. So what we're going to be talking about is where security orchestration, automation, and response comes in, this SOAR tool, and how it helps us overcome these challenges, the most common challenges for a SOC team. Again, especially when you're in really large companies like the Teslas of the world. They're massive, they're giant companies. They have tens of thousands of endpoints. So it's just impossible for human beings to do it without the use of automation tools. And this is why SOARs are so important. So we're going to understand the traditional SOC team. We're going to go through that one more time. And then we're going to go through the challenges that they face and then explore how the SOAR overcomes those challenges. And then we're going to talk about the SOAR playbook and the role that it plays in customizing and configuring our SOAR. And then we're going to practically walk through the threat intelligence workflow so that we can learn how this whole thing actually plays out. The prerequisites to this video would be the SOC fundamentals, which I've already recorded, junior security analyst intro, and intro to detection engineering. All of these things exist and you can just search for them and you'll be able to find those videos on this channel. So all of this stuff is already here. If you haven't gone through them, I'll try to do like a quick overview of all of them as we go through the rest of today's video. But I do recommend you go through all the fundamentals and things like that because it just helps you become better. It builds you a stronger foundation so that everything else can work easier for you. If you have a strong foundation, you can build really wide and really high on top of that foundation. All right, so let's talk about the traditional SOC challenges. Okay, so just in case you missed the SOC intro stuff, organizations that are big enough have a security operations center as a centralized location for monitoring and protecting their digital assets. Sometimes, if the company is not big enough or if they don't have enough money and resources, they will hire a third-party company to act as their security operations center. Now, the goal of a SOC is to, with whatever generation and whatever new technology that comes in, the goal of this thing is to enhance the security incident handling through continuous monitoring and analysis, okay? This has changed over time because of new technology, because of everything else happening with every generation of technology that comes in. All of those things change the way that we do security operations, but pretty much the goal of security operations has always been the same, and is to monitor and analyze traffic as it comes in or the activity that happens inside of the organization, and then make sure that you prevent incidents from actually escalating into real full-blown, or I should say events from escalating into full-blown incidents and then having to do damage control and put out fires and things like that. The purpose of a SOC team is to actually prevent these events from escalating into those full-blown security incidents and hacks and nightmares for publicity and damage financially, damage to the reputation, all of that stuff. The way that we do this is by having the right amount of people, the right amount of processes, and of course technologies to support our capabilities and business goals. So some of our key responsibilities in the Security Operations Center would be to monitor and detect things as they come in. So you monitor the traffic that goes on in your network, in your subnetworks across different cities, states, countries, if your company is big enough, And if anything is going down, your job is to detect. So while you're monitoring, you're supposed to detect what's happening. If something happens that seems fishy, you will get an alert that's raised and you have to respond to that alert in time so it does not escalate to a full-blown incident. That is very, very important. So for example, detecting numerous failed login attempts on a critical workstation, a database server maybe, or detecting a login from an unknown location, or maybe somebody that lives in the United States and they're logging in from the UK, and you're like, well, what the hell are you doing in the UK? Nobody told us that whether or not you were going to go on a work trip, and you didn't tell us that you're supposed to be on vacation, and you're logging in from the UK. What's happening? These things cause alerts, right? So this is something that we have to detect and to determine whether or not it is actually malicious. If it is malicious, we are supposed to recover and remediate as soon as humanly possible, again, to prevent it from escalating into a full-blown incident where financial, reputational damage is taking place, where data is being stolen, where systems are being crashed. Doesn't really matter. If it falls under the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, so the CIA triad, whatever it is, we need to prevent it from escalating, and we need to recover as fast as possible or remediate as fast as possible. So it could be like isolating or shutting down an infected endpoint, removing malware, and stopping malicious processes from taking place, stopping a hacker from, going from one subnet to another part of your network, or kicking them out, or blocking them, or reporting to the FBI, or whatever it is, right? All of those things. And so we can do this with the use of our EDR, endpoint detection response tools, with firewalls, with identity access management protocols, whatever it is. There's a lot of different ways that we can do this, but the whole job is to what? To recover and remediate. Isolating an endpoint through EDR, that's one way of doing it. Blocking an IP from the firewall, that's another one. Disabling a user through the IAM protocols or IAM platform is another one. There are so many different ways that we can do this, right? But again, it all falls under recovery remediation. We monitor, we detect if there's anything wrong. If there is something wrong, we need to stop it in its tracks and then remediate as fast as humanly possible. Then there's something that we use to make this happen, and that is called threat intelligence. So threat intelligence, for most cases, comes through the tools that we use. So EDR tools, for example, have integrations between the MITRE ATT&CK framework that has a bunch of threat intelligence. So again, if I talk about it so often, almost in like every video, I talk about the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And this is, by the way, not the only place. It's just that it's the one that I rely on most because these have actually happened. The stuff that you see in this matrix has actually happened, either to other companies or to countries that have been hacked and attacked. And so they distribute the information and they say, hey, listen, this is how they actually were able to gain initial access to our network, right? And initial access falls under 11 techniques, and in each one of these techniques have sub-techniques, and then these different things can actually happen or lead somebody to get initial access to the network. And then from there, they can execute on their plan. They can establish persistence, meaning they stay in our systems. They can escalate their privileges and access credentials, do more discovery and more enumeration and reconnaissance, and then move again across the network, now starting to collect data, now gaining command and control on one of our key servers from a different country. They're just, logging into our server from a different country, and now they're controlling it, right? And then exfiltrating data or stealing or, putting malware, whatever it is, whatever their purpose is for the hack that they're doing. This is all threat intelligence. And so literally any of these things, if you actually go and just click on one of them, then it'll give you the intelligence around that. Then it'll start telling you the various examples that happened, the ways that you can mitigate against them, detection strategies, so on and so forth. And then you can even go into the subcategories of this and the types of tools that they've used. So if we go to Dark Hydras, for example, we can see all the various techniques that that group has used, the types of software that they ended up using to do their attacks, and so on and so forth. So this is all considered to be threat intelligence. Now what happens is that many tools integrate with MITRE because it is one of the most comprehensive sources of threat intelligence. So instead of you having to go and navigate and search through MITRE, the tool itself will actually say, hey, I think this is what's going on, and this is the reference to the MITRE attack that I think is taking place. So that way you can read more on it and then try to figure out what the next steps might be and how to prevent them from taking those steps. So it's very, very important to use threat intelligence. Basically, all of that to say that it's very important to use threat intelligence. And so there's a lot of continuous and latest feeds of threat data like IP addresses, hashes, domains, and other indicators. And blocking a malicious domain flagged by the threat intelligence feeds is very important. And this is how we determine whether or not it is actually malicious. So if we go to VirusTotal, this is another one of those databases that has a lot of stuff stored inside of it. So if you want to search to see, okay, is a specific domain malicious? So if I go to TryHackMe.com, is TryHackMe.com a malicious domain? And now we have 98 different vendors that have deemed this website to actually be a secure website. And these are the various vendors, right? You see all these guys. So you have Alien Vault, and you have Bitdefender, and you have a lot of really big names, and then you have some lesser known names, but all of these guys have determined this website to be a legitimate website. Now, for my own purposes, for my own life and the work that I do, if I see 1 out of 98 that has flagged the domain name as malicious, I tread very, very softly and I approach it very cautiously, because even if the rest of them saying that it's clean, but one vendor says that this particular website seems to be suspicious, I will take it as if everybody said that that website is suspicious, and then I will proceed with caution. So all of these things count as threat intelligence, right? So if the domain that you're talking about is flagged as malicious and you go and verify it on VirusTotal and it's definitely malicious, then you definitely want to block that domain, right? So very, very important to use threat intelligence. And then finally, you want to communicate, right? The SOC team communicates with the security engineering team, with the PenTesting team, with the purple team, with the management teams, with the public relations teams, with the executive teams. They communicate with all of them. And you have different types of communications. When you're talking to the security engineering team, you can talk in great details. When you're talking to the executive team or somebody in public relations, you don't want to give them all the nitty-gritty technical details, but you want to say, hey, listen, some shit happened and we just lost a bunch of customer data and you need to get ahead of this right now. Go talk to legal and try to figure out exactly how we can break this to our customers and to the public, right? So communication is very, very important, and we need to learn how to communicate. We are not just going to be a bunch of nerds sitting behind a computer thinking that we never have to talk to another human being ever again. So as we get more and more into the world of AI, one of the soft skills that is extremely important is this concept of communication. So now, knowing all of this, what are the challenges that are faced by security operations teams? Alert fatigue is one of them. So using a bunch of tools triggers a bunch of alerts within the security operations center. Many of these alerts are false positives, sometimes as high as 95% false positives, or they are insufficient for an investigation, which means the analyst is overwhelmed. And if they're overwhelmed, they're unable to address any serious security events. This is called alert fatigue. This is one of the biggest problems. That's why it's number 1 on the list. Then there's too many disconnected tools. This is also something that can be considered misconfigurations. So security tools are often deployed without integration within an organization. This is actually really interesting to think about. Imagine that you have a lock, like you have the best lock in the world, but you just choose not to put it on your door. It's like, okay, so what the hell is the purpose of the lock? Why do you even have it? Which is this concept here. We have security tools, we have all these things, and we have to go ahead and secure our environment. But if you don't use the tool, if the tool is disconnected, it's like, bro, why do we even have it? Why are we paying for this license? The job of a security team is to navigate through firewall logs and rules. And all these things are independent from endpoint security logs. So this leads to overload of tools, which then again leads to fatigue. And then there's manual processes that we have to do. Like we have to do all of these things manually, right? So investigation procedures are often not documented, which leads to inefficient means of addressing threats. Meaning if there's a procedure that can help us do it, but it hasn't been documented, now I have to try to figure it out by myself. And then everybody relies on established tribal knowledge built by experienced analysts, which is great if you have an experienced analyst, but if you don't, you're kind of screwed. Because either the analysts that are on your team are not actually documenting their processes, they're just going through their flows and they're using their experience and just being badasses, but they're not documenting anything, so anybody who's less experienced can't learn from them, or you actually don't have somebody that's on your team, and now we have to try to figure it out on our own, which is pretty much the same thing as if you had somebody but they were never documenting anything. So this slows down investigation, it increases response times and damages potentially, because the damages that can be done during that increased response time a lot of times can be in the millions, tens of millions of dollars, depending on the size of the company. And then finally, it leads to the shortage of talent. Now, this should be inspiring to you if you're watching this video. There is genuinely, legitimately talent shortage inside of cybersecurity. Now, here's the thing. Just because there's talent shortage doesn't mean that you can be a moron saying that, oh, I studied and crammed for this exam and I passed my certification exam, so you should give me a job. That's not how it works. You need to actually have developed talent. Just because you're good at certain things, you're good at studying, it doesn't mean that you're going to be good under pressure. It doesn't mean that when all of these things are happening, it doesn't mean that you're going to respond well in those environments. So just because you're good at watching a video and taking notes and going through rooms inside of TryHackMe does not mean that you're going to be good in the face of danger. You're going to be good under pressure. One of the key things that is desired from talent inside of security operations is somebody that can maintain a cool head, prioritize, and work their ass off to fix something. So combining this with the overload of alerts that come to a team, security analysts become more overwhelmed with responsibilities that they have to undertake because there is a lot of work, and then they can't do as good of work, so their work is less efficient. And then the incident response times are higher, which allows the adversary to wreak havoc within the organization. So it's all connected to each other. All of these things are literally kind of woven together. These challenges are not just stand alone, where this is just by itself and this is by itself. All of these things are intermingled together, and it ends up making for a lot of problems for the security operations team to handle. So, first question of our video today: how would you describe the experience of an overload of security events being triggered within a security operations center? So, overload of security events, we can call that alert fatigue. All right, now let's talk about these SOC challenges and how we can overcome them with our SOAR tool. Okay, so what is a SOAR? Now, Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, SOAR, is a tool that unifies all of the security tools in a security operations center. With the SOAR, the SOC analyst does not need to switch between the SIEM and the EDR and the firewall and everything else. They can operate all of these things with a single SOAR interface. This is amazing. Along with unifying the security tools, it also provides ticketing and case management features to the analyst, through which they can document, track, and resolve their incidents. So what? We are orchestrating, right? We are combining all of these tools into one place. Depending on what's going on, we can automate our workflow. And of course, if we have ticketing systems and communications and stuff like that, then we are now able to respond accordingly. So this is one of the greatest things that has been developed for security operations teams in a very long time. So the SIEM, the threat intelligence feeds, the firewalls and intrusion detection systems, identity and access management, all of these things can be integrated into the SOAR. And from the SOAR, we can automate our response, reduce alert fatigue, and have consistent workflows. It's one of the greatest things that exists. So now, let's talk about the way that these things actually break down. So orchestration. So traditionally, when we're investigating, we have to switch between different security tools for analysis, using a VPN brute force as an example. The analyst typically switches between the following tools: the SIM to check if the user usually uses the subject of IP or the subject IP, for logging. Threat intelligence platforms to verify the IP's reputation, whether or not it's a good or bad IP. IAM tool to disable the user if there was any successful attempt, and of course ticketing system to open and track the incident. So at least 4 different ways to do their work is what they're doing here. Now, if the SIM, or if the SOAR integrates all of this, right? So it has the SIM in it, let's say Splunk. It has the threat intelligence platforms, for example, MITRE ATT&CK Matrix and VirusTotal. And it has IAM tools that are used to manage those users, for example, Active Directory, and then a ticketing system, right? So I don't know, there's a really, really popular one. ServiceNow, I think, is like the popular one, but there's so many ticketing systems that you can use. So those 4, right? And then manually switching between them, and then it slows you down, and then having to do all of these things super well requires a lot of experience and a lot of time invested. So orchestration solves this problem. It coordinates all these tools together inside of the SOAR. It connects different tools from various vendors within the unified SOAR interface. It defines workflows for investigating various types of alerts. These things are known as playbooks. The playbooks are predefined steps that tell the SOAR how to investigate the alert. For example, VPN brute force, right? You receive an alert from the SIM. You query the SIM to check if the user normally uses that IP. You check the threat intelligence for the IP reputation. You query the SIM for any successful logins. You escalate to containment actions. These are predefined in a playbook. So if there's a specific alert, again, VPN brute force, we think that we are under a VPN brute force. So if that's the case, get the alert from the SIM, query the SIM, check the threat intelligence platform, then query the SIM for successful logins, and escalate to containment actions. I'm going to tell you that you can block this VPN user or IP address, That could be the containment action. All of these things can be done by the SOAR. It's kind of amazing, right? It's inside of the playbook for a specific alert, and they're dynamic and usually contain different paths. The result of each determines the next action. So if the user normally uses the IP and failed attempts were minimal, the playbook may stop early. But we're going to be talking about some actual stuff in just a couple of minutes, so you can actually see how these things play out, so we don't have to kind of use theory for them. Then we have automation. So orchestration we talked about. So let's talk about automation. Coordinating with these tools again through predefined actions, which is our playbooks, which we studied in orchestration, right? We already talked about it. I don't know why they would reference something like this. We literally just read it, so why would you do that? But whatever. So predefined actions, right? These can all be automated. So automation means no more manual clicks needed for the SOC analyst. The SOAR will actually do the playbook. So let's assume again for the VPN alert, right? SOAR receives the alert from the SIM, automatically queries the SIM, automatically verifies IP reputation. If the IP is malicious, automatically disables the user from IAM, and then automatically opens a ticket and then alerts the security analyst. This saves, as you can imagine, a tremendous amount of time, a tremendous amount of time for security analysts. This is actually insane when you really think about it, because for a human being to do all of these things, let's say you're really, 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 really good, it'll take you, and you're like on top of it, right? Like you're not distracted by anything, you fully know all the tools, you have a bunch of caffeine in you, you're super alert, you're awake, all that stuff, right? So if you're really good, maybe it'll take you like 7 to 15 minutes, depending on the situation. So 7 to 15 minutes versus a few seconds, right? Literally 30 seconds to a minute is how long a good SOAR that's on a strong server will take to do all of those things. So very, very important. Finally, we have the types of actions that we can take. And again, it's on one interface. So once the response, has been automated, then we can go ahead and follow the playbook again, to see what the response itself would be. So blocking the IP on the firewall, disabling the user in the IAM, and opening a ticket. That's all falling under response. So then that can be done for you. So it'll orchestrate all the different tools together. It'll automate the responses to common situations, and then it'll actually initiate those responses. It'll carry out those responses so that it can be done without your involvement. And then when you come in, you being the human, when you come in, a lot of these things have been done, and you just need to verify them. You need to verify that the IP address is malicious. You need to verify that the actions taken were correct, and everything else is all good. And then you would escalate that to your management team inside the SOAR, and God bless the SOAR. That's all I got to say. So before SOAR and then after SOAR. Look at that. Beautiful, right? The guy's crazy. He's like super, these little 2 lines that are coming off of this thing right here, that implies that he's stressed. He has a frowny face, right? Because he has to manage all of these things, and there's a bunch of alerts coming in and all these things, right? The SOAR goes and does all of that stuff. The SOAR doesn't have emotions. The SOAR doesn't need anything. It doesn't need coffee. The SOAR will just do the work. That's what's amazing about the SOAR. So, do we still need SOC analysts? Yes, we do. It doesn't replace us. AI is not going to replace us. This is something that's become very, very prominent over the last couple of weeks with interviews with Elon Musk and the gentleman from NVIDIA. I am blanking on his name, but he just recently did a very in-depth interview on this as well, where they were talking about, radiologists, right? So for example, radiologists they thought that AI was going to replace radiologists because it could look at the imagery and detect whether or not there is something present and so on and so forth. And then they thought that because of that, the radiologists would not be necessary. But they found out that now they need more radiologists because, yes, the AI can actually handle the analysis of the image, but it can't diagnose the disease. It can't do all of the after parts of it. It doesn't have bedside manner. There are just so many things that AI is missing, and it's going to be missing for a very long time. Because this is a whole different conversation. To be able to integrate ourselves with AI is very important. We need to learn how to use it to expand our skill sets and to make ourselves better, but it will not replace us. And a SOAR tool is essentially a security-focused AI automation type of environment. So it can't give a judgment call at critical points. The analysis can. An analyst understands that the threats in the broader business context and how they actually apply and what they should do, if anything. The playbooks for these alerts also made by the SOC analysts, right? So the playbooks themselves are created by human beings. So the answer to this, that the SOAR would ease the burden of a SOC, is very, very important. Yes, absolutely, for sure. But we still need the SOC analyst. And that's very important to keep in mind. So don't be discouraged just because there's AI. Don't be discouraged just because there's advanced tools. All it means is that we need more people that know how to use the tools, which is why there's such a big demand for security folks and for cybersecurity professionals. Okay, so the act of connecting and integrating security tools and systems into seamless workflows is known as, so connecting and everything, and we're using different tools, it's orchestration. What do we call a predefined list of actions to handle an incident? That is called a playbook. And wouldn't you know it, we're going to talk about building SOAR playbooks now. Okay, so we have 2 examples of playbooks right now. We have the phishing playbook and then one for CVE patching. CVE stands for Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures, and is based on the NIST organization. So the phishing playbook. Phishing is still the most common attack vector, and I'll give you one guess. It's because it attacks the human being. Phishing campaigns are designed to attack the weakest link in the security chain, which is the human. So unfortunately for analysts, investigating phishing emails becomes time-consuming and involves manual exercises like analyzing attachments and URLs and verifying through threat intelligence platforms like VirusTotal, for example. While other investigations are ongoing, SOAR Solutions can execute these tasks in the background via a playbook. Additionally, remediation can be performed when a positive phishing email is identified. So what would this actually look like? So imagine this for a second. You're a SOC analyst dealing with phishing alerts. You're training a junior analyst on how to respond to these. For this, you make a flow diagram so that they can take help from it while investigating these kinds of alerts. They know what to do. Basically, they know what you would do, right? So what would you say to that? What would you add to that flow, right? So that the junior analyst can use it. Starting from receiving the suspicious email alert, you'll probably tell them that they need to create a ticket and check if the email contains a URL or an attachment. If it does not, just notify the users. But if it does, what would be the next step? The next step would be, depending on whether it's an URL or if it's an attachment. And if it's a URL, you do something else. If it's an attachment, you do something else. This is how the playbook is made. So for example, start right here, right? So let's zoom out a little bit. So this is kind of a big one right here. So I should probably zoom in a little bit. Okay, here we go. So, okay, the start goes like this. Suspected email received, 1 or 2, right? So contains URL or attachments, okay? If it does not, then notify the user or over the Slack channel or whatever, and that's it. If it does, right, and at the same time, so you receive it, you create a ticket, right? Then you check for these URLs or attachments. If there's no attachments, then you just move on and you notify the user. If there is a URL or an attachment, you do this. So if it's an attachment, you compute the hash of the attachment and then go to VirusTotal. Is the hash malicious? Yes, and you do something else, right? If it's not malicious, you do an analysis of the attachment inside of a sandbox. If it's malicious, you do something, right? And they all lead to deleting the email and then updating the ticket with the indicators of the compromise so that ultimately that can be added to a resource like VirusTotal or MITRE ATT&CK or the Hive or something. If it's a URL, you send the URL to VirusTotal. Is it malicious? No, then you do manual analysis in a sandbox. If it is, delete the email. If it's not, then you go ahead and do what? Notify the users, right? So all of these things ultimately become documented inside of the ticket that you created. And then you just go through the series of steps that needs to be taken depending on what's going on. And this is no different than doing like a role play kind of a thing, right? Just doing a rehearsal tabletop kind of an exercise. Hey, if this happens, what would you do? Okay, cool. It could be either this or this. All right, so from there, what would you do? Okay, then you would do, and then what would you do? And so depending on where it is, right, there could be forks in the road that are created, and then you would have to go down each one of those forks to see if there are other forks that are created, or if it's just something that you can work all the way to the end and figure it out. Now we can talk about the patching playbook for the CVE. So something known as a common vulnerability and exposure. And this is a vulnerability that's disclosed publicly and assigned a CVE ID. And as part of vulnerability management, we have to address newly addressed CVEs by verifying whether they exist in our network and then patch them if they do. We also have to be on the lookout for publications on new CVEs and remediation plans. And this can be overwhelming, so resulting in a backlog of patches that we need to do, and then a lot of those patches are not actually being applied, which leaves our environment more vulnerable. And this has happened to really, really big companies. If you want examples of this, go to the CompTIA Security Plus playlist that's on this channel. And then for each section, I give you examples of real life companies, really big companies, that have gone through a lot of these types of situations. And this whole concept of, there was no patch applied applies to really big companies. And because of the fact that there were no patches applied because of fatigue, alert fatigue, or, it was just too many things going on at the same time. And there isn't enough people on the team, right? Like all of those things. Because of all of that, then big companies get hacked too. So this can also take a lot of time and resources of the team because there's a lot of CVEs that are released frequently because hackers don't sleep. So to solve this, we make a playbook for handling CVEs inside the SOAR. And it could be something like this. Now, this one seems to be a little bit more intimidating. So let's just look at this a little bit. So let me see if I can kind of zoom in on this for you here. Maybe do this. Maybe zoom out here and do this. Could this help? Potentially, maybe. I don't know if this is helping. It's kind of blurry even for me. So this might be challenging, but so this says start, this says monitor advisory list, extract new CVE data, and query the patch management to see if the CVE has been addressed, okay? So now, has the CVE been addressed? If it has, then we go down here. If it has not, we go over here. So let's go, yes, it has been addressed. Okay, so if it's been addressed, then we're gonna end, meaning the CVE in our environment. Has the CVE in our environment been addressed? If it has, then great, close it out. If the CVE has not been addressed, then the SOAR will actually query the patch management to see if the CVE applies to us, okay? Is the CVE applicable to us? If it's not applicable to us, then update the patch management that the CVE is not applicable and then close it out. Now, if it is applicable to us, then the SOAR creates a CVE ticket and then assigns an analyst. The analyst reviews the ticket. The SOAR identifies assets that need to be patched and queries configuration management for the patch. Is there a patch that exists? If it does, great. If it doesn't, update the patch database to make sure that we actually have the patch, and then go and test the machines for that patch. Apply the patch to the machines, log of the test metrics and performance, update the SOC with ticket results, right? Then the SOC deploys the patches to all of the assets, because again, all of these things were done against the test machine so far. So if it's all good and everything has worked smoothly, then the security operations team will deploy all of those patches to the rest of our assets, verify the patch rollout, scan patched assets via vulnerability scans, and are the assets vulnerable still? If they are, they develop a mitigation plan, deploy the mitigation, close the SOC CVE ticket, update patch management that the CVE is addressed, and then end. So this is a much more detailed and kind of a nuanced environment, but you can see again, okay, if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do this. If we have this, great. If we don't have it, now we're going to do this. Again, and let's go and try to fix it. Is it working? Great. Okay, have we tested it? Okay, great. Did the test work? No. Okay, try it again. Fix it. Did the test work? Yes. Okay, now roll it out to the rest of the company. Now let's test the rest of the company. Are we good? Okay, good. Now we can go and close out the ticket, right? So it's a lot of steps, or presumably a lot of steps. But really, when you think about it, many of these things are being done by the SOAR, and this human icon that you see right here, this is where human beings actually get involved. The rest of these, all of these other steps that don't have a human next to them, that means that all of that is being done by the SOAR. So this is not a lot of steps for you to do. It's a lot of steps for you to think about, then feed it into your playbook so that the SOAR can do it for you and then involve you when you need to be involved. So most of the steps are automated, and a SOC analyst can be seen at a few points, and these reduce repetitive manual processes burden, and the analyst role will remain essential for crucial decisions and verifications. Okay, so question: is manual analysis vital with a SOAR overflow or a SOAR workflow? It is not vital, no. Oh, never mind. See, I could be wrong too. So manual analysis within a SOAR workflow, I guess it is, right? Because these are pieces right here where human beings do have to be involved. So I stand corrected. See, there's a human being involved, manual analysis. So yes, okay, all right, fine. I stand corrected, my bad. From where is the CVE patching playbook fetching the new CVEs? So the CVE patching playbook, where is it fetching? Advisory list is what it says. Extract new CVE data. So that would probably be it. So let's see. Advisory lists. Great. In the CVE patching playbook, if the assets are found vulnerable even after the patch is deployed, what does the SOC develop next? So this is down here. So it says, what do we have? So it says, are the assets vulnerable, right? So this is super zoomed in. So let's do this. Are the assets vulnerable? Yes, the SOC develops a mitigation plan. So that's what they would develop next, a mitigation plan. Beautiful. Alrighty, so now let's do the actual practical exercise here. All right, so here's the scenario. You're on a part team. You're part of a SOC team that recently faced a large breach investigation. It took ages due to the lack of automation. McSkitty recently advised adopting a SOAR and setting up automation workflows. And McSkitty sent you a checklist for threat intelligence integration. And your task is to figure out how it works. We're going to click on View Site. We're going to go through the workflow and hopefully try to figure out how it works. So here we go. It says the objective is to simulate the actions of automating a SOC environment through toggling various settings. You will have to enable and disable in order to get the right combination of events. Let's go. Okay, so Adjust the settings for automated and manual flows to adopt a SOAR and set up automation workflows that will help you in your security investigations. And that's basically it. All right, so we have these things right here, and then these things are clickable. So first thing is case ticket. All right, so case ticket, case management settings. Create a case ticket. This would be, I would say, what do? Oh, I see, turn it on. So it should be automated, right? Communicate case ticket, integrate channels such as email and Slack. I would say we're gonna do that, automated. Delete case ticket, that's gonna be automated. Assign case ticket, I will say that's also automated. Update case ticket, that should also be automated. I'm automating everything, just if it works or not. Threat intelligence, fetch new incident alerts, that should be automated. Failed fetch notifications, notify when fetch fails, that should be automated. Set fetch intervals, this would be manual. So pull APIs used to set fetch times. I guess if it's pulling APIs, that can also be automated as well. But if we're setting the fetch intervals, that should be manual. We're setting the fetch intervals. Discard old alerts, calls for deleting alerts. That should be automated, okay? I don't know, bro. I'm literally like automating all of these things. Extract domains, that would be automated. Extract IPs would be automated. URLs automated. Analyst extraction, analyst data extraction for unknown new threat lookups. We'll leave that as manual. Reputation checks. So reputation results output, compile results from VirusTotal. That's automated. Analyst validation, that would be manual. Sandbox testing, integrate using platforms such as any run hybrid analysis. We'll go ahead and do that manually. Then course of action, block domains, automated. URLs, automated. Analyst approves the call of action, that would be manual. Block IPs, automated. Update case tickets, automated. Are we good? No, we did not get our flag. What else is left? Integrate, manage, okay. What else do we need? Instructions, that's all we get. Okay, so I have to go through a bunch of different variations of this because I think this is gonna take me some trial and error here. So I gotta, oh no, you know what? I forgot to click run. So let me click run here and let me see what we got. So we're gonna run it, and case ticket setting is incorrect. So the case ticket setting from the very beginning is incorrect. So let's go here. Create case ticket, communicate case ticket, delete case ticket, update case ticket, assign case ticket. Man, okay. I'm just going to keep trying. I don't want to record my constant tries because this is going to be redundant. So I'm going to try it as often as I can. I'm going to try to fix it. And hopefully I will get a flag at some point soon. Okay, that was actually not that bad. I had most of it right. And what's nice is that it'll kind of like every single time you make an adjustment, you can click run, and if it works, then it'll tell you. So let's go through the options here, right? So, oh, it reset everything, I think. Yeah, I did reset everything. So, okay. So all of these were automated. Okay, so these were all automated. Delete case ticket was manual. Thread intel, they were all automated. I think, wait, set fetch intervals. Yeah, I think this is what it was. So if I click on run, it'll actually tell me where it stops, right? So please complete the settings. Okay, my bad. So let's do data extraction. Okay, darn it. I forgot to, okay, all right, let's try that one more time. It's gonna reset everything again, so we're gonna try it one more time. All right, so this one, all of these were on, right? So that's good. This one, we had these and these and these, I think. And then data extraction, it was all extracted except the analyst extraction. Reputation check, everything was on except the manual of analyst validation. And then every one of these things was also automated. And so if we run it, let's see. Reputation checks is incorrect. So which one was this? So analyst validation, sandbox testing, I'm sorry, that's also supposed to be the analyst. And there you go. Now we have all of it. Okay, there you go. Okay, so you can just replay that just to get the answers. But yeah, that took a few tries. Okay, all right, let's go through the conclusion real quick. This was interesting for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I interviewed for a junior analyst role, maybe like a year ago, a year and a half ago. And I got to the last part of the interview, and then I got super egotistical and I got distracted and I kind of ruined it for myself. But the job that I was applying for, everything really that was outlined for me was to set up the SOAR playbook. And they literally said, all you need to do is jump on a call with the creator, the company that created the SOAR, and follow their instructions and just go through those motions and do that job. And it was the easiest job. And I got so excited about it because I knew I could do the job. And then I fumbled in the last step because when I was talking to the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer, that was basically about to give me the seal of approval, I got super egotistical. I got distracted. I started asking him a bunch of BS questions that were completely irrelevant to the role, and they did not give me the job. So that was one of those things where I think about actually regularly, where I'm like, damn, I could have been in this industry a long time ago had my ego not flared up and had I just maintained humility and just focused on the task at hand. So that's kind of a tangent. I just went on a rabbit hole a little bit. But I think it's relevant as well. So these things can actually be very, very easy, and it can make your life really, really easy, especially because there's so much documentation and so much support that's available for setting these things up. And you can apply to junior analyst jobs, and you can be working with security orchestration, automation, and response. So it is very cool. And it's something that I think a lot of people can do from the get-go because it's not complicated to set up these playbooks and to say, hey, if this happens, do this, if that happens. Because again, you're not dealing in the live alert environment where a bunch of alerts are coming in and you have to be quick on your toes. You're just configuring a tool. So I just think that it's something that a lot of people can do. So that's my 2 cents on it. For what it's worth, I think if you're interested in blue teaming, I think you should also consider setting up SOAR tools and being involved in that process. If you found this video useful and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we continue to build out SOC 1, the new version, AI for cybersecurity, CompTIA Pentest Plus, and all the ancillary videos, these like tangential kind of videos that feed into all of these big concepts that we're talking about, which are all coming up. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming up. If you have any questions, drop them in the comment section. If you have any requests, drop them in the comment section. If you have comments, if you just want to say hi, whatever it is, drop it in the comment section. I love talking to people in the comment section. I'm very active in the comment section. And if you have success stories, that's another thing. I've been getting a lot of success stories coming in as well. And I share the success stories that come in, congratulating Wicked Aussie for passing his pen test exam recently. And I announced discounts and things like that. But it's mostly me saying, hey, let's congratulate so-and-so because they passed their exam or they got a job at such a place, and etc., etc. So I've been getting a lot of really cool posts from people sharing that they are having a lot of success as a result of being involved in this community. So I would love to hear your success stories. It means a lot to me to actually hear those things. It makes me very, very happy. So let me know if you have any success stories. And other than that, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when another video comes out. And then, of course, make sure to check out Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later.